Just skip ahead if you're watching the VOD, because I gotta do some setup first. Oh, that's fast queue.
Can we hang out sometime? I'm living 2 feet behind my eyes, and everything that I have tried.
That is loud.
A million ways to stay the same, but I've got an
Less loud.
a voice I have yet to find.
Morning, Boshi. So Christopher, stuck in traffic on the 5 south. Ooh. Enjoy traffic. Pull up my chats. Thank you, Qantas. I'm glad you enjoy my stuff.
It's chaos and endless roads. We broke off a bit more than I was sold, but the fate isn't mine alone. A million
Getting my chat up.
now we've got enough new chords and lyrics we can't afford. So Davey, just get on board, and we could play tunes until we die. And when the whole room and world unwinds, I know that we too.
Give it the sub, you tuckles. What's up, Chibi? Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy. Hipotan, vodka, Abe Sus. I hope you enjoyed that video, it was fun. Have a good night, Shiva. Is this still loud? I'll turn it down a little bit. Morning from TW? I'm not sure where that is. Glad you enjoy, Kane. Thank you. Welcome, Archery. Can try Storm Raiders, see if it's valuable. What rank are you? Currently Diamond. That's pretty nuts, Ajay. Ah, Taiwan. Yeah, I slipped my mind. Hello, Thais. Occasionally play J4, never seen those runes on them. Could you explain why you play them? Because they're optimal. Actually, we'll find out. Phase Rush was optimal. How's the music volume relative to my voice? Hello, Tesla Colassa. Where's my video? Okay, there we go. I just didn't change the scenes. A2B. Long time, man. Alright, I turned it down a little bit. I missed. I see Gwen. This is a nice light optimization, just don't queue there. That way you have it for this. I'm wondering if Elise is coming to kill me. I'm gonna smite that, check my bush. I'm worried about Elise wrapping around. I have to skip this crab. Come for the vein instead. Oh, weave is fine. Turn it up a little bit. That's right, so it spawns Brackish. This is the band is called Good Kid. Nimble on G4? Yeah. I'll take care of Raptors. Actually, no, I won't. I'll angle first. No. Sucks ever getting covered. I lose my clear for that too. We could have attacked the Gromp and gotten it, but it would have honestly shot on my own Raptor timing. And enemy support can move to my Raptors with their jungler. Or even do this shit. I have my jungle pet thing, so I can get enhanced smite for this. She got 2 kills. Dude, there's a dude there. Stop pinging that, you fuck. Oh shit. Not paying fucking attention to this fucking... I hate you. What are the stack of source changes? It applies on item effects, like heart steal and stuff. Oh, then from you. No, don't waste my time.
Hi, Mame. I'm at my release party and I'm about to go downstairs, get in a garbage can, get rolled on the stage, and let's do it.
Are they... Oh, they're on that. Void grabs is such a fucking waste of time. I'd honestly rather cover, but crab is actually pretty good. Just grab the camp if they're not invading. She's got 70. She did them. Thank you, Space Rickle, for the sub. Welcome back. 29. Jeez. Listen to this baseline. I didn't spot the thing. She won't be able to catch me in time. I probably need to go right away. Just because crab and topside. Yep. Good cover. These obnoxious champions. Hey, Sunk Lord. I'm removing your cam with WSD. Does it read YouTube? I mean, I read the chats. It's just, you know, I probably have to focus. You'd win in a fist fight, Mario or Brian? Probably Brian. Mario's got weight, but Brian's got muscle. You did not just do that, dude. Oh my god. No, dude. What am I sipping on? It's just, I don't even know. Some, I think Arabic drink. It said apple on it, so I got it. Something so comical about channeling up and just getting popped on the head. It's like one of the most toxic male things I've heard, Rustico. You might not even realize that too. Oh, I missed. Stream on YouTube as well? Yeah, both. Fuck. Whatever, we got a flash. She even did it slowly. What? This guy needs to stop rage clicking, dude. Find a better outlet. Why do these spiders stay alive? Gonna get a kill. That's what I get for styling on him. I'll fake this direction. I'll go here. And then I'll cut back and blast come. Why not Manamune? Because Manamune is not Fimbulwinter. Why would I... Probably camping bot. Sweep for him. Problem Capitano. Why not Center Sky? Fundamentally different from Eclipse and how they activate and their price. I'm watching for that stun. No, why would you? It's not so good. Should probably just go revitalize here. Yeah. This is too little. Vitalize is better. Unless you go with Titanic build. And even then.
Case, but I don't know what's ahead, what the ending will bring. I just need to take a minute and try to take up the king. If I'm stuck, I'll call you with each stage I'll move through. Well, I know a little more. Each step I know brings us closer to that old throne. If I'm stuck, I'll call you with each stage I'll move through. Well, I know a little more. Each step I know brings us closer to that old throne.
Good. Oh, I finally got my golden reroll. I don't really play though. What if they ban Jarvan? Then I play any of the other 100 champions that I play. many Q dodges. This reminds me of years ago when I used to do this. Your anime this season? Ooh. There's the one with the fell in love with the second prettiest girl or whatever. The I want to end this love game. That one's super cute. Dr. Stone. Finally, after years of the manga being like completed, I can like watch it happen, which is pretty cool. So that's nice. Let's do Listomania. Dude, it is so hot during the day. Holy shit. It is like too much. I need to get an AC. Okay, we have an assassin for the back line. Maokai to walk in, but we probably need more people to walk in. Nah, I'll play a Lee Sin. Question is what to build. I think I'm gonna need the Merc Strides angle. Play for a lot of res. Hey Kaiden. How'd you get so good at Tetris when it's not your main game? I've played Tetris for 15 years. You ever plan on making non-arena content again for the main channel? No, not on the main channel. Once you get into a niche, you can't really get out of it. It cuts 0.01% of the bottom. Okay. I'm not sure what's happening there, but we could look into it. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, our videos are 16:9. SoloQ Challenger? No, I'm like Diamond 1 right now. SoloQ. Oh, wait, I already read that. Who's your favorite champion? Probably Jarvan. As long as you can see the number clearly, I feel like it's not too big of an issue, right? He's worried about me taking Raptors into invading him. Makes sense. Generally, no one does the pump fake where they feign fear of an invade and then they do the invade themselves. That's something I would do. I don't expect these people to really think that deeply and like play like an idiot. So I'm gonna assume he's not invading me. But if it were a Belbeth player, I'd assume it was a pump fake. They love to do that shit. Let's just take that. That's right. I am pretty much the only one in the niche that commands that big of an audience. It would be dumb for me to give up that advantage. Which is why I haven't. Missed an auto. Idiot. Maybe Caulfield and the other one's better. It's a difference of 5, 80, 10 haste, 9% more. Hard to tell. Upfront's important. The second rotation coming out slightly earlier can matter. No map hider. No one's gonna expect me to be playing solo queue. I'm not identifiable. Only if you see Jarvan with Storm Raider Surge, then you know, oh, it's an optimal player. Maybe catch and Vol? Very long time. Fuck, dude. Dodge down. Oh my goodness, I shot too early. I shot too early. Give a kill there. Nice. He stopped to get a soul. Beast. Lock it? Or... oh. You shouldn't have popped that. He just died in the same way. Alright, they always dodge backwards the same way. Okay. Why doesn't it say used flash? I should level up my pet right away so it doesn't... Actually, I can eat. Normally I'd say a Teemo lane won't make a difference, so I shouldn't gank it, but it is a shutdown. And Teemo actually does make a big difference later. It's really annoying. This is such a good split pushing champ. Bot lane matters a lot more though. Same thing. This guy always moves the same way. Okay, next time I shoot straight. Like this. Nice. He gave away his pattern. He likes a tiny one. He likes a tiny thing like this. Not the big move. Yeah, once is anomaly, twice is evidence. Thanks, Shay. Oh, this guy's getting dove. Maybe I should have just flashed away and then Q back after. I took too much. The moment the Mountain Dragon went down, the Senna needed to play away. I didn't want to stop my recall there because I was like sitting on a lot of money. But also the Bard needed to just use ulti at any point to set me up. That would have been really nice, but he actually just didn't use anything. No, there's no flash kick there. It would not be smart to flash kick there. I do not one shot, and I do not have a good follow up to the Sejuani afterwards. There's no good angle there to kick flash him or flash kick him. That doesn't lead to a Sejuani queuing me immediately after. I was literally just waiting for Bard to do anything. Oh. I got him. She could be here. Fuck, I'm dead anyway. I didn't go Merc Dreads, I totally made a mistake. I forgot to do so. Well, if a pro team wanted to give me a shot a long time ago, I promise I would have been a really, really good investment. Because I didn't just play these things for fun. I played them as a career, and I treated them as such. So, there's like a lot of missed potential there. But I realized very quickly that it would be really dumb to play any sort of pro League of Legends or any like pro gaming career outside of content creation, because like why would I want to do that for like McDonald's wage when I can just live like a king making videos and you know, putting the effort there instead. What a dumb thing you could do, you know. Going pro is like a young man's dream, but when you grow up and you realize you have to pay bills and shit, you know, you definitely do other shit. Some of these people's like monthly wages in amateur scene or even pro, I'm like, I could fart and it would make more than that. So I'll never look back. And I have job security because I paved my own way. Good dodge. You see his little micro click there? He went like this. He clicks close to his character. I need to pay more attention to my cues on him then. Next time I'll shoot straight and force an option. Oh, I didn't know this was an issue. The Lucian's coming. This is really bad. What the fuck? Do I need to dodge an ulti? Oh, my dodge is bad. She's gonna go under though. Alright, I'll let you get the kill. Yeah. You know, when I was like 8 years younger or whatever. Honestly, I would have had maybe better mechanics, like I would have had fresher hands, but I've got a better brain now. So I've been a student of games for so long. So I might even say, like, I'd be a better pro player now at 27. Well played. Sitting on 3k gold, but I needed to cover this. Actually, I didn't need to, but it looked like a good spot. Thank you for the subs, stupid new idiot. 5. The LARP trend has given you Skinwalker? What's that mean? Glad you enjoy, Michael Majeris. I'm pronouncing that right. Yeah, I can imagine a lot of the old viewers must appreciate some Summoner's Rift content after years and years. I missed that angle. The Veigar coming from the left is probably expected if I knew that there was a ward, because they moved away immediately and I pinged that there was a ward here. Just got too hypey. That's my bad. This game's getting pretty bad because Sejuani's getting close to the Steal Your Heart quest. Hahaha. Although, if we get Blade of Rune King, Senna might be able to actually be an effective tank buster. Where's he gonna dodge? Left or right when I go? Oh, don't care. It's the Lucian that I have to worry about. Wait, this guy's actually alone. Yeah, the Lucian showed on the minimap. That's why you want to stare at that shit all the time. Wow, this thing triggered my Hex Drinker. I moved. You want no reason? No? Think you spot Norm? Holy. Welcome back, man. Alright, I'm basically unkillable to these guys. I can tank a lot of damage while also doing damage. Let's assume he has flash so I don't fire Q. Alright, he's doomed. Nice. Nice. Pretty good. I think I'm still pretty good at this game. Nice. You know, it's fun because I've for the past 3 years, I've endured so many comments about like, oh, you know, he was never really good. Like, I'm Emerald, I can beat him, and I'm like, I know better than to respond to those things, but there are moments where I got really tempted, and I'm like, dude, you don't even know, man. You don't even know. If I want to win, I will try so hard. Meanwhile, I lose a 1v1 to a blast cone. I'm better at playing against players than I am against PvE. It's all about the stakes, you know? If you put stakes on it, I still got that 16-year-old ego that drives me to be like, you know what, you think you can beat me, dude? Let's see. But most of that's gone. That's bad. That's really bad. Can I move? Oh, that bubble killed us. But it was a really, really good fight starter, I guess. I just didn't spot the Lucian there. That one's on me. Have a good night, Alpha and Omega. Good thing is, Akali is really good at deleting the backline here. And she has a Leandries as well. I needed the Merc Shreds. They might have made a difference if I could act even slightly sooner. I even called it out at the start of the game in Champ Select. that was like the plan. The Bard needs to use his ultimate more. Let's get rid of their tank. Beat W2. Their kite is really, really good. I have an item here. It's like a one-time thing. I think every weekend I can afford a little bit of time to... Oh wait, I have an extra slot. I didn't know this. Nice. I'm gonna get a Randuin's probably. Just for this guy alone. Actually, that sounds kind of dumb. It might be a Jack Show. No, it's health. I have to build health. So maybe even Endless Hunger. I wasted 300 gold, or whatever the resale. I wasted 90 gold. Oh, Nami tanked it. This Lucian is so aggressive. No, I missed the kick flash. If I hit that into them, it would have been good. Maybe for a Kali, but even then. Senna needs to watch herself a little bit more. Damn, this no Mercrit's actually is haunting me. I'm so random pilled, I always just build the Ionian boots. I'm just so used to it. Need to angle Akali's side.
Yes! I'm just gonna walk in and kick him. I didn't fucking W in time. Just take it, man. Just do it. I made too many mistakes this game. Where's my music? Oh. Hey, what's up, Yozu? On Yi? Master Yi? I mean, I suppose if you need tenacity, the other stats you can get in other places. I'm getting it on Lisa in here because I fucked up and didn't get tenacity, which I should probably just get now. Yeah, because I saw Sejuani and Veigar heads up, I think. So I was like, yeah, I need more cuts. Oh, I got the kick thing. The dead body kick change. It's so sick. You missed a J4 game? Yeah, it's in the history. Is that a bug? No. They changed it to be like that. That's a very rare occurrence to have it be like meaningful. Oh, what the? This is just mirror that crab spawned twice. What the fuck? What the fuck? No, Timo tanked. Who cares? Carry harder? How are we saying who cares? Carry harder? I wasn't even fucking there. There's a fucking minion. I should have smited it. How can we make a mistake like that and then not take accountability? Oh, he had Locket. You know what's funny, Snarflash? I don't think there's a big skill gap between GM and Challenger now. I think what I would describe is like actual challengers, and that sounds gatekeepy because it is. There's a difference between someone who got to Challenger because they just played a huge amount of games versus someone who genuinely has an understanding of the game. Because the way it works is, as long as like enough people on your team understand how the game works and you can play towards that vision, like you have the ability to press your buttons quickly enough, you don't actually have to know how to think. Right? Like one person could micromanage 5 people when it comes to certain fights or like dictating pace, things like that. And, you know, as long as you don't get in front of that game plan, you should be fine. Oh shit. Oh, what the hell? Dude. Yeah, it's like if you play this game for years and years, you better be Challenger at this point. Otherwise, what the fuck were you doing? Right? And the answer is, honestly, a lot of people might have just been playing casually, and that's totally fine. Oh, you missed. Good, go now. You just shot him with a gun. Yo, use your fucking Bard ult, man. Just use your ulti at any point. You could ult your teammate, you could ult the opponent, you could just ult anyone. You just press your fucking ulti. Press your ulti, press your ulti, press your ulti! Ulti your teammate, ulti! Bad angle. What? We should be waiting for the Akali. Oh my god! No. What a catastrophic turn of events. I made too many mistakes this game. The game is definitely carryable if I'm informed. I'm not informed. Wow, we're not voting? Why not save maybe 20-30 seconds here? That was actually really bad from Maokai in the Senna and the Bard. I need a quick, like, 2 or 3 minutes. I don't want to do that thing that you guys do, which is like, keep clicking the queue up button. Just take a moment. Oh, I gotta stretch, dude. Let's answer some questions, I guess, from the chat. Author remake, if you haven't heard of it. I'm good. I don't really like comments that try to lobby for my attention to tell me what to do, especially when it comes to like assigning me work, like play this game or that game or whatever. I'm sure your suggestion's great. It's just If I allow that one, I allow every single one of them. And I don't think you guys quite understand how many people on a daily basis hunt me down, whether it's in my Discord, my YouTube, my Twitch, my Instagram, my TikToks, or even my Facebook Messenger, to tell me what to do. What's the best thing about being contracted with Riot? The people that tell me what to do have my best intentions in mind and are respectful. Sorry, that's... honestly, the team that I work on is like the most amazing experience. The blend of intelligence, grace, and the boys, you know. It's kind of like everyone's just so cool. Would you prefer a voice chat in those games? Probably. Or like Mario? Yes, especially the intelligence part. I have not been around a group of people who are so knowledgeable about everything. And the only advantage I have over most of these people is that I know content creation, or at least I think I do. Everything else they're way ahead of me on, and I can tap into that wealth of knowledge alongside doing my actual fucking job, right? But like having human conversations with people, you can start to understand why I appreciate that so much when you realize that I've been a content creator for since 16. I'm 27 now. So for about 10 or so of my life, or 10 years of my life, I've been surrounded by people who are like you guys, viewers. You just talk at me, you know, and that's not always going to be a bad thing, but a huge preponderance of you guys are just like going to annoy me, right? Even if you don't intend to. You just might, you might be like disrespectful, you might cross social boundaries that you wouldn't normally with strangers. You guys treat me like a streamer in a lot of cases. Not the old viewers. I know you guys are solid. You know I'm not talking about you, but I'm describing this in aggregate, right? Like in the 10 or so years I've been doing this, 11 now. I don't think I've ever been in an environment where I've had people clearly keep my best interests in mind and engage in good faith. So that's my honest answer. I absolutely hate the quality of conversation that I have now. And I can appreciate a question like yours because it is in contrast to, or in contrast with like the other things that I deal with. So thank you for that question. That's Jarvan's skin? I like them all really, except maybe like the red one with the horns. Hey Zedberg. I'm chilling. Alright, let's queue up. I don't want to jungle though. Do you work with the arena side of things with Riot? No, I don't work on League of Legends. So, Opahanum, with a perfect example of what I just described, has now asked the question. I'm gonna pause the music so you know I'm serious. Has now asked the question, do you agree that Zeri is a badly designed champion or deserves to be called a mistake? So let me correct some socialization issues here. When you lead with something like that, you imply that a certain premise is true, that Zeri actually is a badly designed champion or deserves to be called a mistake. Now, even if it were the case that that were true, to ask me a question like that is essentially you going up to the teacher going, hey teacher, is 2 + 2 = 4? Right? Or does that equal 4? What you're doing is you're seeking validation. You're not actually here for a conversation, so you can fuck off. Yeah. No problem, Narg. I am so enjoy daily your videos, so really huge thank you. Hope you will get what you deserve. Wow, that sounds a little bit ominous, but thank you. I will take that in the best way. I haven't seen him in like a year. Is the stream still 25% flaming viewers? The thing is, I'm not really flaming viewers, am I? I'm addressing people as humans, and so when they say things that are out of line, kind of like what you are right here, where you're making the default assumption that it's just flaming, and it's kind of invalidating to like the actual conversations that we're having, you know, you kind of need to get called out, right, Gurgly? Because I can guarantee you, if you were to walk up to anyone in the street, you wouldn't talk like this. You would know that it's awkward, so, you know. I'm obviously like wasting time on you because you're coming in with bad faith as well. But if there's like even like 1% shred of decency and maturity in you, you would go ahead and apologize and be like, yeah, you know what, my bad. Am I remembering it badly, or did you change the spelling of your name? I was able to update my Twitch username to not have the underscore, so you're probably identifying like that character missing. Does this guy want Rengar ban, or is just flaming it? Apparently Senna's hot topic. Yeah, okay. I feel like people should take their opportunity to talk however they like, no matter what, in what way. No, I disagree. I absolutely disagree. I think context matters a lot. And I think in a lot of these cases, people would be very, very well aware of how socially awkward it is to just say certain things. Right? I don't go up to people in the street saying these sorts of things. If someone were to come up to me, I would absolutely respond in kind, the exact same way I would here. I'd be like, dude. Or more like, I'd be like, yo, fuck off. Right? Probably wouldn't even give them the time of day. Because if I can remove myself or remove them from the situation, I would do that first and foremost. But if forced to talk, I'd be like, yeah, alright, you're being fucking weird, dude. And what are they gonna do? We live in a socialized, or sorry, like a civilized society. What should I be sorry for, bro? For coming in being annoying. You were trying to be annoying on purpose. You said something that would necessarily have no actual conversation. Yeah, you should be sorry. Why don't you wear glasses no more? Just wondering if you had surgery or something. Yeah. I did. Is that the reason YouTube comments are off? Are they that bad? No, my YouTube live is on. No, I don't think that was your point, Zedberg. I was arguing against your point. Saying that people wouldn't do that because they would recognize it would be socially awkward. Kind of like what this gurgly dude is doing. He's sitting there, he's listening. And his mind is currently doing mental gymnastics to try to justify why, you know, him coming in saying, I haven't seen him in like a year, his stream's still 25% flaming viewers, and thinking that's okay. Because, again, like I said, that's super invalidating to the conversations we're actually having, right? Some people are just saying some things that might be rude, and I'll be like, hey man, that's rude, and here's why. And then there's no actual response to that. There's no like any counter argument. Even the guy that I addressed in Twitch chat, the guy went, my bad, my mistake. This has nothing to do with anything here, but Japan played in the World Cup today and they're on blue lock mode. Nice. Kunika's negativity. I don't think it's a hot take. I think it's a hot take. I think it's wrong. You haven't said anything to disagree with what I just mentioned, Gurgly. You haven't addressed any of that. You could call it negativity, but I think you just have super Karen attitudes towards streamers, as in you think anytime we talk back to someone, whether they be rude or otherwise, you default assume it to be negativity or wrong. I think that's just you being a child. So you've had a couple chances now. I'm gonna go ahead and ban you. You should reflect on that. Say shit and never expect a response, to be honest. Just putting things out there for people to see. If I do say some dumb shit or rude BS, I want to be told what it was. I don't like... Yeah, I mean, you just need to work on that in that case, right? If you say those sorts of things without an expectation to get a response, at least you take accountability, but you should be a little bit more attentive. That's what I would say. I don't think studying CS nowadays is as doom and gloom as most people make it out to be. Sure. Is this in response to... Oh, okay, you're talking to someone else, sorry. Super Vibe is gone. It's shut down. At the end of the day, it is your channel, you can do whatever you want. Yeah, that gurgly guy, like, he seems like the kind of person that would yell at a waiter. Or even worse, someone who would know not to do that in person because it's awkward, but cannot possibly fathom taking that same stance online. I bet he really loves anonymity. Anonymity abusers. OP on this patch. Ah, these spawns. Survivor used to be so fun. Yeah. I had to quit a long time ago. I got hired, so it would have been a conflict. I could have helped him with CS there. He shot the guy for first strike instead of farming. I feel like he would jump over this wall. I'll go take the bush. Thanks, man. GG to you too. Nice hustle. It's very unfortunate for our team. Hey, Swan. We cheered. Some of the best game soundtracks in your opinion? Mega Man 0. Obviously Sonic. Mario Kart in particular is really, really good. We're a little bit early. Try not to give it away. Nice, nice, nice. I can clock it immediately, Swan. And I'm always happy to see what would we classify. Friends with a lot of fun ones. We'll call them. I love the vernacular, love the memes, you know, like the cupcake sounds and stuff. I know like my 97% male audience will not fucking have like any clue as to what I'm talking about, but I'm sure you do. He said ally. Oh, we're gonna thin this wave a little bit. When and why did you start using game sounds? Maybe a couple years ago, because when I realized it is better for content creation and my views, I just decided to do it. I stopped playing super tryhard anyway. I became a lot more visually acute because I played without sound, and so the only thing I could rely on was my ability to like look at the map. I didn't even realize pings had sounds, or like there were like global indicators. I just used my brain. So it's kind of like the smallest version of like monks training with sensory deprivation to like hone the other sense. That's how I take it. Oh, that's not so good. Yeah, then I came back to sounds and it's like, it's actually, sound is a lot faster to, you know, reach here. Yeah, so I always stare at the map now, for example. Been looking for a job since more than a year, so yeah, I might have some pessimistic opinion on CS run. Yeah, I don't envy anyone working in those sort of things. I feel like in terms of profession, if we had to make some sweeping statements, I would say like, oh, being at the top of any art, you know, there's like this. Oh, almost got it. No, that's so sad. There's like crazy returns, right? So let's say a population of 100 artists, maybe only one of them becomes successful and becomes like the shit, and you know, gets like hung up at museums and stuff, or gets their you know, paintings or whatever hung up at museums, and depends actually. And you know, they get like the lion's share, and the rest are like doing, I don't know, Etsy commissions and stuff, and no shade to them, they're doing great work. It's just you can't live off of that, right? So then I look at like STEM and things like that, software engineer or otherwise, and it's like, it seems like most of you guys are at least skating by. You know, everyone needs like, I don't know, an IT professional or someone to make their fucking website for them. And that's like my broad view of that you know, that kind of job market, the sort of false dichotomy between the arts and sciences. And in my life, it's been kind of true that is the case, because like, even just streaming, for example, we could call it an art, sure. Not really. Oh, shit. That doesn't kill him, does it? Damn. Yeah, I need my ulti. You could get like 10 viewers and you would actually be in like the top 1% of streamers or whatever. Simply because the market is so saturated. Like, most people stream to 1 viewer or like 2. So it's very like saturated at the bottom. And like, if you're gonna make any money, it's not even based on your viewers, right? It's mostly based on your subs. You could have someone who has like maybe 20,000 followers and like 1,000 subs a month, and they're gonna do way better than someone with like 1,000 viewers with only 100 subs a month. Just, you know, because ad revenue is not so nice on Twitch. It's actually one of the reasons why I swapped to YouTube a long time ago. Also for my sanity. And you know, one example, and it's kind of like a shitty example, but shitty as in like, it sucks that it is a thing. There are a lot of like female streamers that will rise really quickly to, let's say, 100 or 200 viewers really easily and get a huge amount of subs because it's a male dominated platform, right? Like, you're just gonna get a ton more dudes that are willing to like donate to women. Wow, that perfectly missed everyone. My bad. But you'll notice that these girls won't be able to get a lot of growth because the reason, like the reason why people are donating, I have to be honest, is just like a lot of guys want to get with a girl. So a lot of the top streamers, I did this analysis a long time ago, long time ago, and I there's nothing that has changed in the recent while to have like changed my opinion. You'll see like a ton of male streamers at the top, a ton of them. And it's not as if like these girls are any less like entertaining or whatever. It's just the reasons for watching different kinds of people are going to be different. And this broad categorization of like either you're dudes or not dudes, whatever, that's why it's so shitty. It's like, if you're not like a dude in the art field of streaming, at least it seems like you're just wrecked. At least if you want to get to the top. However, the funny part about that is if you want to get started, being a girl is really OP. Or just whatever, right? So this is one of the things I noticed about my field that was like somewhat fucked up, but it made a lot of sense. When I did a little bit of contract work for some other companies, I took a look at this exact thing. Ooh, nice, nice, nice. How do you even get money from YouTube Premium users? They just get incorporated into like how much you get paid. I've been watching your YouTube videos for years. This is the first time I see you on stream. It's very cool to see you back on the road for a long time. Blah, blah. Yeah, thank you. Welcome from Canada. Good job to your team today. Wonder what the CS equivalent is. You know what's funny? Most of the girls that I meet at Riot are software engineers. It's like the most amount of like female software engineers I've ever met. Outside of that, it's like 90% men. I don't know that many female software engineers outside of Riot. So, yeah, this whole thing with like gender representation in different fields is such a fascinating topic because a lot of people might have it backwards where they think like, oh, there are like legitimately biological differences, and I always think that was the stupidest shit ever because it almost always is just a social aspect where it's like if you aren't encouraged to do something, you're going to be less likely to do it. And so I think chess is a really good example of this. I remember a bunch of discourse between like people in the chess world about like, oh, why is there a title of like women grandmaster and stuff? And it's like a lot of people were saying, oh, it's because they're worse. It's like, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I think if you are growing up as a girl and you are told like, oh, you shouldn't play chess because it's for men, I think that's a pretty big, or that would probably have a way bigger effect on if you're going to do well in chess or even want to play chess than your actual inherent ability. So that's another one for CS as well. There's like a bunch of like the way people will represent, or sorry, the way people interpret representation in certain roles like healthcare or whatnot, or like garbage man, blah blah. It's like a really, really fascinating thing to me. So yeah, bringing that all the way back to this discourse about CS, it's like, I'm sure there's so many people of all kinds of genders that want to do all kinds of things, and I think the best possible thing would be to allow everyone equal opportunity to engage in that and let their actual merits shine, which is obviously coming from a privileged position that I am in. But I've witnessed a lot of people who are really skilled, more skilled than me at certain things, and I'm like, you didn't get an opportunity, and I see that. That sucks. Yeah, I want to just give an example, like somewhat similar. There's this one YouTube channel called Jumpa Music, and I listened to them since before I was even like a big content creator. And there are a couple other channels like this that I think do really, really talented stuff. Now, Jumpa Music is just a collection of music. He doesn't really make his own thing, but he still has to like curate and do those sorts of things. And you know, you could call it not talent or anything, but I would disagree. I think like at least it's a great service, you know, like I appreciate it. So, oh, I might be able to kill this guy. That sucks. Oh, flashed. Honestly, it may just be people being quickly hired to work with AI, and then I'm not sure what you're talking about. Oh, I'm assuming you're talking to someone else. We're infinitely more similar than different. 99% of differences are learning. I'd lean more towards that for sure. My friend argued years ago that Korean players were genetically better at League. Even he laughed at how dumb that sounds after the... Yeah, so culture plays a big role in that, right? I think in Korean culture in particular, there's this arguably net negative effect where excellence in all there is, and all there can be, is super, super prioritized. And so I'm gonna speak in super general sweeping statements that are completely vibe based. okay? From what I know and what I've observed in conversations I've had, as well as being half Korean and being familiar with my family, you can't really like fail at things. You get like super punished, okay? It's not like you don't get like killed or anything, right? But you are taught to do really well. And I'm gonna explain this in kind of a funny way, or hopefully funny way, but not really funny. It's kind of depressing. When you play TFT, there's this thing that you'll start to understand as you get higher and higher in the ranks. And it's called tempo, or lobby tempo. And the way this works is, if everyone were to make a strong board, you now have to do the same if you wish to save any sort of HP and like place well. Which means that at any given moment, your performance actually is determined by your opponents, or at least is influenced by your opponents. Now that might seem obvious to most, but when people play video games, you might not understand that, right? Especially when you're playing alongside someone in arguably a co-op mode that you don't really interface with all the time, right? So if 7 of your opponents are fucking rolling all the time on like stage 3 and like completing boards, and they're gonna just smash you all the way into like maybe stage 4-3 or 4-4 even, with, you know, whatever they rolled for, like you have to fucking match that. It's either you match that or you sack all of that shit and you say, okay, I'm gonna sack all of this and then hopefully I can come back, right? But the way this relates to Korea is everyone wants to get good grades and do really well in school. Because, you know, education. But what has happened is, because everyone wants to do so well and everyone wants their children to do so well, they do things like purchase tutors, or maybe go to like secondary school, like night school. So you do your original 8 to 3 o'clock or whatever the fuck. And then you go to secondary school from 5, 6 p.m. to whenever, maybe even like way later at night. And as a result, for other people's kids to, you know, match pace with your genius fucking kid now, or not genius, trained kid, they have to do the same. So it becomes an arms race of like, who can get the most out of their time? But the problem is everyone is spending a lot of time. Time that could otherwise be spent doing fun things. Maybe a 12-year-old would want to go ride a fucking bike. And it's not as if you can't get that balance. But to balance that amongst like 14, 15 plus hours of shit, you know what I mean? Like that's an infinitely harder ask for like a young child than to just be like, hey, do your like 6, 7, 8 hours of schooling, whatever. And like do overtime if you need, and like, you know, stay like longer and maybe get some, you know, help from teachers if you need, but don't default to that, right? So, you know, obviously this is not specific to just Korea. I'm talking about Korea because Guy mentioned Korea. I think the way that would relate to like gaming is like there's this culture of super excellence and comboed with punishment for not, right? And I can see why, and also it's just a fucking gamer country, you know. The StarCraft was so big there, okay? And they're like decades ahead of NA when it comes to like accepting games and esports as a mainstream affair. It is simply not mainstream, or it simply wasn't mainstream in North America to the degree that it might be now. It might not even be now. You know, I would argue it's like okay, but NA's numbers, especially dictated by like, and this is not maybe not the best analysis if we're using one metric, but like the amount of ranked players in League of Legends is way lower, right? So you could argue esports might matter a little bit less to them because typically competitive people are the ones to watch more. You can make arguments like, no, casual players are the ones that actually want to watch that shit. Regardless, let's just assume that premise to be true, that like a more competitive population results in a higher amount of esports viewership. And it seems to be the case that, you know, esports is trending downwards, at least for LCS side, viewership-wise, right? Okay, that aside, we can clearly establish, like, yeah, you know, Korea's definitely ahead when it comes to the culture. And it's not necessarily that they're genetically better than us, right? So, it's an interesting thing what happens to a human being when they are accepted, when the thing that they want to do is not worked against, but fostered. You know, if my kid wanted to be pro gamer at like 7 years of age, I'd be like, okay, little Timmy, you know, let's do your homework first. I'll give you some time. Maybe I'll even play with you, right? But you know, that's different than just like allowing them to, and that's different from not allowing them to. It's working alongside them. Why did Wukong do that? Because he's not Korean. Sorry. Lol. Yeah, there's definitely that sort of annoying pedestal that people put Korea on when it comes to these sorts of things. It's like, you don't understand how much of a sacrifice it is for some of these young kids to just get fucked with, honestly, to get fucked with daily with like the expectations of just having to do well. Like, I got fucked with in the same way. I got like super aggressively trained when I was a kid, and it never really pulled back until I was 16, when my parents realized what it was doing to me and my brother. And you know, it's just it's the generational gap. I don't think there will be as big of a generational divide as the one that is occurring in the latter half of 1900s going into the millennia. Like, I think even a 4-year difference between me and some other people is such a massive difference in development. Let me make this case. Basically, if you went into middle school or high school with the existence of like smartphones that could use the internet, I would argue that you were an entirely different human being compared to someone who didn't. I made friends with people who like had like a flip phone to call their parents in emergencies. The kids nowadays, they have phones in their classes that have like AI and internet access, really easy internet access. I went into middle school with like an iPhone 3, and I didn't have internet. I could just call my mom. And I couldn't even play games. I didn't know how to download them, you know what I mean? But I remember, this was like so radicalizing. I'm not even kidding. Literally like 5 or 6 years ago, when I was 21, I knew a kid who was like legitimately 11, and he's talking about how like the 12-year-olds in his class are using like Snapchat to send really disturbing photos of each other to each other, right? And I'm like, what the fuck? I cannot imagine what that's like. And that was like a huge difference in age. But not even, right? Not even. Like, even a 16-year-old, 17-year-old, which is only a difference of 4 or so years to me, I'm like, you went through high school in a drastically different environment than I did. That could have impeded your growth. That could have helped your growth in some ways, but definitely it could have impeded, right? We were not allowed to use our phones in class. I went to not a university. I went to a high school that like said, if you pull out your phone, like, we're taking it from you and we're gonna keep it until the end of the day. Like, you will pay attention these next 50 to 55 minutes. And that was a good thing for me. I would argue it was a very good thing for me. Obviously, I found ways to sneak it and check, right? But like, I knew better, thankfully. So if you went to high school during the advent of like smartphones, maybe you wouldn't have had as much power in the palm of your hands. But if you went after, you know, smartphones have been like super established, everyone's got one, everyone's got social media to connect with each other on that intimate level, when, you know, you could just be like going out and hanging out with friends like the normal way, which is like, hey, you want to hang out after school? Sure, instead of like texting and then linking up somewhere else with like an Uber or something, right? So it was fucking crazy. In the same way, this is in the same way COVID has affected people. Like, even a year behind, if I finished high school before COVID, but you had to do 1 extra year during COVID, let's say you had to do like senior year, that would affect your development as a human being. Let's say for 9, 10, and 11th grade, you are someone who never went out for, you know, to party or anything. But in 12th grade, your senior year, you wanted to go out and do that a little bit more. And then right then, COVID hits, boom, all of a sudden you can't do that. That would make a tangible difference on... It makes a tangible difference on everyone's life, of course. I'm saying that it would arguably make a little bit more impact on someone in those more formative years than during less formative years. Not that years are not formative at a baseline. So what's interesting is I actually had some examples of this. Like, I had a friend who literally never went to parties literally never did any of that stuff, like drinking or otherwise, until senior year. And I was thinking, like, if Lucas didn't have the opportunity to do that, he would be an entirely different person. And like, it might be for the better, might be for the worse. I would argue for the worse. I think a lot of kids that I see nowadays, a lot of kids I talk to, I can instantly clock and be like, you grew up during COVID. You went to high school during COVID. You had conversations with people over Zoom. You didn't once have the threat of getting like punched in the face for saying something stupid. And that's why you say things that are really stupid now. And that's not to say that people didn't say stupid shit before COVID, right? Of course not. Of course he did. I'm saying that like I noticed a huge uptick in this. It could just be bias. It probably is just bias. I'd like to believe that that is the case. But everything that I endure, right? Everything that I've like paid attention to has lined up towards, oh shit, oh shit. I think these people just got zero socialization because they're sitting behind their fucking computers all day, like I did. But the difference is I streamed. I actually had to speak to people. I had to use my voice. I'm a lot more assertive now, right? So I'd argue I got out of it. I got out of that trap. I think there are a lot of extroverts that maybe didn't get an opportunity to get out of that trap. And you know what's funny is like, COVID kind of helped my career. Like Among Us popped off, I popped off with it, dude. Streaming in general popped off. Dude, I've had like a couple girlfriends because, you know, they started playing League because of COVID. And it's like, holy shit. Of course it helped me, but if I had to make a choice, I'd be like, nah, I think I would prefer like an entire generation of kids to go in person and like receive the threat of being shoved into a locker for saying something racist, you know? So maybe they, you know, maybe we can iron those kids out early. I can't believe we won this game. I fucked up early. I'm lucky I won that game. I stopped focusing like 2 minutes in. I was more interested in the conversation. But good job to my team. I wish I had more honors there. COVID tanked the economy, but hey, we got a GF. Yeah, I mean, obviously, again, I would choose to not have COVID. I would sacrifice all of that, but, or at least I think I would. But, yeah. Do you think it applies to people if they were in college? Yes. A little bit less so, because at the very least, I'm just going to make a guess here, take a guess. I could just be wrong. I would imagine 14 to 18 in terms of like determining what kind of person you're going to be, like solid or otherwise, as like a human being, it's probably more impactful in those 4 years than 18 to 22. I would look at 18 to 22 as like a lot of refinery. Of course, a lot of learning, like learning how to live independently is one of the biggest skills. Obviously in high school, you're probably going to be living with your parents, while in college, the biggest difference is now you have to like cook for yourself or do laundry and shit, right? But one could argue that, you know, you should have already learned that. I didn't, right? So I don't have any strong arguments for that. I would just say like, the younger you are, the more important having a solid fucking experience is, you know? I'm gonna go with that one. I could be wrong, sorry. How do I recover from the COVID impact on my social development? I'm not even kidding. The thing that I noticed that I was doing a lot more was I was just getting into conversations with people. I would just like, and like I would go into my Discord and sit in the VC and I just talk to people on stream. I talk to people. I got like tons and tons and tons of like time to speak to different kinds of human beings because I had the advantage of being a streamer. There were people that wanted to engage with me, right? And so I got lucky in that sense. If you guys are like sitting there used to being behind like a screen and like not going out, like there's like the stupid answer of like, oh, go touch grass. It's like, you can't really do that, right? But you sort of can. You can, I don't know, go to community centers. Like I have a park nearby. People just walk. People play pickleball or whatever the fuck. I did this before COVID actually. And just full disclosure, I'm not going to be playing anymore, by the way. I think that's my limit. I lost so much focus that game. I don't think I'll be able to focus. If you want to watch some good SoloQ, watch the game. Watch this one and then watch the game before that or after that. I think I played pretty decently. And then, you know, this one I don't care about. 3 seems to be my limit, actually. I only play like 3 solo queues and I'm like, I'm wigged out. Let's say like this. Before COVID, I actually spoke to like everyone. I remember distinctly when I was like 16, for example, I struck up conversations with people at the airport. I would just talk to them about anything. I can't even remember. I talked to people I sat next to. I remember like TwitchCon trips. I would just like chat them up. Where are you going? What you doing? What's up? obviously not like annoying people and like I'm reading their body language. If they're not into it, I don't engage. But typically, people are actually very engaged if you know how to speak to them. Now, knowing how to get there, like I can't tell you the secrets. I just talk to them. One of the things that I've always repeated is always be interested. Don't try to be interesting. Trying to be interesting is a completely different thing, especially when you're like talking to chicks or something, right? Like you're trying to impress them, you're trying to be performative. That'll bleed through in your conversation. That'll be very obvious at some point to most people. And even if it weren't the case, why would you want to do that? It's a way more taxing experience than just being interested in shit. And so one of the things I did that helped me a lot was I just liked stuff. I might not even know about a topic, but that's like a fun thing. It's like, okay, teach me, right? Like I'm interested in what you have to say. I'd ask them, what you up to, right? Now, there are obviously like a bunch of boundaries and limits to this, right? I'm not just gonna go up to anyone at any point, but like if they're sitting next to me on the airplane and they're kind of attentive, maybe they're not watching a movie, but like, hey, right? So that's my answer really to you, Black Rabbit. Be more engaged with the world. Just be more interested in things. And the biggest one for me was not being afraid of, and it is hard, the mistake, right, of being weird. I've been plenty weird. Shit, I'm weird on stream all the time, right? I probably said tons of things today that a lot of you guys might have like raised an eyebrow at and be like, what? But I'd hope that I qualified my statements sufficiently, so even if you disagree with them, you see where I'm coming from, and you wouldn't just be like, what the fuck is he saying, right? And part of that is articulation, and part of that is like the willingness to try. So I would argue the biggest one, it's ironic, right? The Pareto principle. It's like this actually matters a lot at my work. Let me take a step back and try to describe this. Like, we'll use a very simple example. It's a stupid example, but hopefully it's a good visualization. If I asked you, Black Rabbit, to go upstairs, the hardest thing and the first thing you do is taking that first step. So if we wanted to be a little bit more accurate with this analogy to like most things, we would say that first step is maybe a meter high. And you can't step over that anymore. You have to climb, like literally climb that meter high step. But once you get over that, you'll notice the rest of the stairs, it's just a nice, calm 1 inch per step. And you just do the rest. So this is very true in a lot of things. And like I said, especially at my job, and I've learned this really quickly, is like the hardest thing is starting it. And, it might not be easy the rest of the way, but relatively speaking, it is immensely easier. Now, there are some tasks that are just fucking 1 meter, 1 meter, 1 meter, 2 meters, and they're just difficult for me, right? But I get over it. And thankfully, we don't live in a world where most things are like that, to the best of my knowledge. If it feels like that, it might just be that you're short in this analogy. And maybe you gotta get taller somehow. I don't know. But I've always taken it like that, where I'm like, if I just fucking start it, if I just do it, like Shia, I might find that the next couple steps are easy. So, yeah, dude, it's so fucking hot in this room. I gotta open the thing. I'm like literally sweating, dude. How much fame do you have in Arena? Quite a bit. Isn't the canonical term for this high friction for starting things? Sure, you could describe it in any manner of ways. I try not to be too obvious about things and just find a different way. Cool and all that I could probably figure it out by searching, but we could have an actual conversation instead. What's up? Oh, just Google it, or yeah. If you talk to anyone and they go like ask AI or consult AI, I'd be like, dude, damn, shit. That's no good. The actual advice of being interested over interesting is super good. I keep in mind. I'd hope so. I'm reading some comments here when I'm silent. It's crazy how COVID was different in other countries. Here in Spain, we are very social people, and us as a society didn't notice this lack of communication skills between us. I guess it was different there. Yeah, I mean, if you already developed that kind of stuff prior, or like people bother to maintain these skills in any sort of way, sure, I mean, I think I think population density is probably one of the cooler stats to look at when it comes to communal attitudes and like specifically communal parenting and like socialization. Like if you just live right next to like so many kids in maybe like a super densely populated area, maybe some of the more poorer areas like developing countries, they tend to have these kinds of structures, then you're going to have a vastly different life when it comes to how you speak to people than someone who might have had to like drive 20 minutes to their next door neighbor or something. And I like to do this little game of like, I'm gonna guess where this guy comes from. I've been so curious. I made a post on the Yunara and the Arena channel on Discord, and then you made a video on her. Was this related or was it lucky timing? Entirely unrelated. I've had a lot of, now I don't wish to come off too harsh, but I need to make sure I clamp down on this one because a lot of people do this. The likelihood that any one of you guys influences me to make a video is like near zero. I cannot remember the last time I've seen someone do a build and go, I should do that. That is to say, I've thought of basically like every build possible at this point that would be a good video. That's an important qualifier at the end there. That would be a good video. There are tons of combinations that I probably haven't examined that might not be a good video. And there are certain things I look for. Use my exact build though, like augment for augment. I mean, sure. With millions and millions of games that happen, like I don't think I would use anyone as a guide like that, and I didn't use yours. I've had a couple people get a big ego about like, oh, I showed you this one, or like especially stat runs. It's so funny. Or like random comments like, yo, this is the build I told you about. I'm like, I didn't even see that comment. Yeah. So many people have done that to me. They try to like take credit, and I'm like, dude, this video was filmed like fucking a week ago, man. Like, you don't... Okay. That kind of stuff. Yeah, it is a little bit annoying, though. What's up, Jas? Wish we'd see another Tarek video. I love last one. Yeah, that one didn't do well. Ego is destroyed, heart equals broken. Yeah. Happens, bro. Happens. It is funny, because, like, I'm very aware of the trait web. And so, you know, obviously I'm going to take whatever's good. And it is funny when people pitch me like 4 augment combos. I'm like, yeah, let me just go get exactly those 4, man. It's insane. Okay, I feel like I've lost a lot of people, or the active conversation list, but that's probably because I haven't responded to the comments. Let me go and read some of these again. I'm going to scroll up here. I'm going to be necroing a lot of these comments. It's nice that your parents went easy on you when you were older. Yes, it was. You had to buy games on the first iPhone anyway? Yeah, we had like Mega Jump, Doodle Jump, or whatever the fuck. There's that one with the frog. Cut the Rope. Jetpack thingy. What were dude, there are a lot of them. There's that one where like you're on an island and there's like you could like summon like 3 dudes and you can like make them chicken or whatever. Like a little simulation game. Temple Run was huge. Wipeout was fun. Holy shit, I remember my buddy having he got the iPhone 5 and he could play Wipeout on it, or something like that. I'm like, yeah, that was fun. You think it applies to people if they were... Oh, I already read that. Oops. I know this isn't Q&A, but have you ever been recognized outside? Actually, quite often, yes. About earlier, I guess that's why there's very little Asian representation historically in the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. There wasn't a precedent like there is with StarCraft or LoL, because the payoff isn't perceived to be worth it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like some like fighting games are like hugely overrepresented in the Philippines or Japan or whatnot. And it just comes down to culture, you know? If the people around you play a certain game and you want to play games, you're more likely to play that game. Like if you grew up around 4 people that played League of Legends, you're going to be their 5th. You simply are going to be their 5th. You would have to hate the game, right? And so you are at least more likely to be a League player than other games, for the most part. If you grew up with a brother that played a certain game, an older brother, you might have watched him. You might have wanted to play with him, you know?
So, environment. You uploaded Arena, that's the game when I played. I showed you that and take credit. True. In one of my shard holder runs, I got on top of the shard holder a plus 100 bonus and 6 prismatic stat animals out of seemingly nowhere, and I've yet to find out how to get that again. You should have just recorded the game ID in the region. Did you ever play D&D? What's Dungeons and Dragons? No. Nah. Unrelated topic, but I wanted to share an experience I had the other day. I went on a date with a girl, and after hanging out for a while, I asked her what plan she wanted to do. The first answer was to ask ChatGPT, and that shocked me so much in a bad way. What do you think about that? If she was doing that in a joking way, if you could read into that, then I think it's kind of funny. But I don't know, like, how old is this girl? If this is like a 25-year-old, I'd assume it's a joke. If it's like an 18-year-old, I'd be like, well, first of all, I wouldn't talk to them. But if I were also an 18-year-old talking to an 18-year-old girl, I'd be like, damn, this is not good. I'd be like, nah. Never been in contact with Dota, but I'm seriously considering quitting League and casually picking up Dota. I played Dota when I was young. Yeah, it was fun. Feels as though your channel has been very railroaded towards unedited success. I'm glad you're succeeding, but do you ever wish you could do more variety? Worry would hurt the channel? Yes to both. I would want to do more variety, and I'm worried that, I mean, it's not even a worry. It would hit my channel. When you find a niche, you can't get out of it. It is huge friction. Kind of like what the other guy mentioned. It is, your viewers are expecting a certain kind of product, a certain kind of genre, and if you don't provide that to them, you cannot be confident that enough of them are going to be loyal to you as a person to watch. And that was, we ran that test. We ran that test a couple times with Mayhem and even SoloQ 2 years ago. Or a year ago. And I don't want to run that test again. I'm not stupid enough to do so. I run a lot of data point tests like today's, and it makes me a better content creator, but to be, you know, the second part of that is actually using that data, informing our decisions with it, which is, I will never play SoloQ on the main channel. I will never post that shit. I don't know if you still follow StarCraft, but I still think the fact that Giant Grant Games managed to pivot is absolutely crazy. But maybe streaming is a little different. Yeah, I mean, you have to take a long journey, unless you are breaking into something with an entirely new audience that replenishes the ones that you lose. Is worrying how many people have day-to-day conversation with AI chatbots? Yeah. Hey, what's up, Stopping Coast? My day has been fun. I have a lot more friends. Oh, sorry, I have a lot of friends that generally cannot walk more than 10 steps without using Gemini or ChatGPT, and that feels sad to me. I miss the times without AI, even though it's so useful. How old are they? The vocal stuff. You do more money with social media or your riot job? I'm not answering that. I would low-key die without my daily arena videos to sleep to. Somehow one of the only videos. Yeah, I'm glad that is the case. You guys fall asleep the second one? I hope you don't set the sleep timer to 10. Set it to like 20 minutes. Give me 20 minutes of viewership. Thank you. We could ask. 19 to 21? Yeah, that's only six years. This is why I always flame people born past 2K, bro. I'm such a hater. The moment I know someone's born after 2000, I'm like, you grew up during a time where you had every disadvantage, and in order for you to prove to me that you're someone worth talking to, you know, you'd have to like not say some dumb shit, you know. It is a bit of an unfair categorization, but it is a very extremely useful heuristic when it comes to filtering a lot of people. On a personal basis, one to one, I don't always enter with that kind of assumption. But if it's like, give me 100 people and sort them by age, yeah, I'm going to apply this heuristic, right? Of like, ooh, you know, probably don't want to talk to the 2K kids. You know, 2007, oh god, nothing of substance, dude. Until someone actually says something interesting or valuable,
you know, in situations that it's required and not like a casual situation, I'm just gonna be like, oh god, I don't want to listen to this, you know. So I know it's a very boomery take. I'm mostly playing it up for humor here, but I do actually sit there sometimes and I think, you know, when they're saying something stupid, I'm like, damn, like I bet this is a 2000s kid, you know. Isn't Nidhogg a dragon or a wyvern or something like that? Yeah, something like that. Drink water, man. Yeah. Thank you, Blurs. Welcome. Why did you have to call out 2007? I mean, some of you guys just you grew up in a world with streamers. I didn't grow up in a world with streamers. Like they only became mainstream when I was actually getting started. You know, like Justin TV and all that shit came out before the 2010s, but it was like not mainstream, man. It was like so bad. The UI was so bad. Like it was so top heavy on who was there and who wasn't. People were not refined in their practices. The software didn't really match, you know, what was up. The software and the hardware, you know, even like IRL streaming wasn't a thing. Like you couldn't do that. Your backpack would heat up to the temperature of the sun if you had like batteries and like hotspots running. Like, you know, and then now we have people like Speed or Kai Sanat or all these, you know, entertaining IRL streamers that just, you know, they go out there, they're goofy, and we didn't have that shit. We had videos, right? And so like if you're growing up with like such a massive influx, constant influx, dude, actually I'm about to say something. Can anyone guess what the number one fucking thing that has affected our generation to me would be? And it's related to media. Oh my god, I can't believe I didn't mention this one. This one's like the giga elephant, dude. It should be so obvious to anyone that thinks about like media. Holy shit. TikTok is close. What's the general idea? Holy shit, dude. That's right, Miyobi. Short form. Oh my fucking god, dude. When Vine was like a funny, gimmicky thing, it was like, haha, you know, who can be funny in 6 seconds? Oh my god. And then musically, and then. Dude, people singing into cameras is like, I'm such a fucking boomer. But people lip syncing to music should not get that many views, bro. It should not. Holy fuck. What the fuck, dude? Oh my god. Do your dances. Even dancing is fun, but like you're not actually singing. You know, like yeah, fuck, dude. I'm such a boomer. Whatever. But short form content, Jesus Christ, and it is not a novel thought. I'm not special for identifying this. It literally just is the obvious choice. Holy shit. Even I find myself scrolling sometimes and I gotta like stop. I'm like, oh, fuck, dude. I'm the one that uploads this shit. I gotta stop, you know. Hey, what's up, Horochi? Never even touched Vine, have avoided TikTok and Reels and everything too. I just do not get how people have such low attention spans to need that stuff constantly. Yeah. Yeah. Shit. Boss, decently out of current topic, but earlier on you mentioned the being interested instead of interesting in regards to interactions. And I was wondering, how would you have any advice on learning on how to be interested in other people? I feel like most of the time I'm actively trying to be interested in people rather than genuinely interested in them. And I feel some other people might be in the same. Let me just correct what I mean there. Not necessarily interested in the people. You're interested in things first, and that leads to people. People are in that category. So you're looking at the. It's kind of like I ask you to make me a car, and the first thing you make are like the innards. You probably should, right? But like, you know, the idea is the first thing I see is maybe the chassis, the body, and whatnot. And like, I would start. Actually, this is a terrible analogy because you don't start there. What do you start at like the? Let's just throw that away. Just start at like the beginning of like be interested in things, be open minded, right? Just be willing to learn anything, whether it's trains or how to make a car. How does like shading work in art?
How does lighting work? I don't know. Photography, anything, fucking anything. And you might very quickly find like you can try to force yourself to like things, or you can try to become the kind of person who will naturally be inquisitive about things. Like the next time you see something that you don't quite understand, like search it up or something, right? Or like ask about it. Ask him like, what's that? You know, whenever I saw like a word that I didn't know when I was younger, I Googled it. I'm like, okay, I see it in this book. I'm gonna Google that. What's that mean? Right? So I learned vocabulary. Just I was very lucky to be taught this sort of be inquisitive about the world sort of attitude, and it's led to me being like this. You see how when you go from there, you don't have to like try to be interested in people. You will just naturally be interested in whatever they have to say. Like, you know, maybe they have a uniform on. You're like, hey, what's that uniform? What do you do? Right? Oh, I'm a pilot, or oh, I work at this fire station. I don't know. I don't fucking know. Right? So that would be my advice. And I know that sounds like a very cop out answer of like be a more interested person, but like I don't know how to do that other than just do it. If I had the answer on how to just become a more open-minded person, I would not tell you it for free. I would sell this. I would sell that answer for $1 billion, and everyone would thank me. The reality is, we're all in the same boat, dude. We all have to. No one's really an adult. We're all just like kids that grew past 18, and we gotta fucking just gotta do it. You know. You want to learn plus do things by default. It quickly becomes clear that interacting with people is a very good way of doing it. Yeah, yeah. Tap into knowledge. There's this interesting word in the Book of Obscure Sorrows or whatever the fuck. It's called sonder, Sonder, and it's like the feeling you get when you realize the person you're talking to or just passed by had to live their entire or has had their entire life like actually occurs. Something like I'm probably butchering it, but it's like, let's say you meet a 40-year-old. That person had to live 40 fucking years until they met you, right? Like they didn't know you existed. Like so it's like kind of seeing it from the other perspective, you know. And I actually this fucked me up when I was a lot younger because I'm like, holy shit. It's like the opposite of solipsism. It's like, dude, everyone exists and they had lives outside of me and will continue to do so after me. And it's like, what the fuck, dude? Like before you knew who I was, you didn't know who I was, right? And then all of a sudden I popped up, and then, you know, apply it to me now. You guys might not realize I had to live 27 years until I read your comment today, you know? So it's a just that's like one example of like I read a word, I looked it up, and then I thought about that experience and I applied it to my life. Thank you, Crack Gorilla, for the sub. If only you had met me sooner. True, then I would have known about your Yanara build earlier. Then I would have done it earlier. Shit. 2x speed? Yeah, I hate people that watch my shit on 1x, sorry, 1.5x and 2x, dude. I know you're out there. I know you're out there. I was thinking of intentionally fucking with you guys by making some sections faster so you have to rewind. But I'm like, oh my god, whatever. Give them their fucking 2x. They're cooking themselves instead. You know, that's on them. This talk makes me think about the recent loss of Oliver Tree. Rest in peace. Time is it where you are? It's 6 o'clock. Does 2x speed count for less view time in regards to YouTube metrics? Yep. True, Felto. You talk in 2x, my bro? Sure, work against it. I have to play your videos at 0.8x speed so that I can actually hear what some of your friends are saying. It's funny. Make your vids normally 0.5 XP instead. Nah. It's just people don't pay attention or don't want to like spend that much time for sure. Hi, Sunny. Just been lurking a bit and really like your answers to some of the questions. Also hope you're having an awesome day so far. Yeah, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy. You missed some solo queue. I had some decent games. I played some Jarvan for the first time. Felt nice. Played some Lee Sin. Did a good job. Could have done better. Hope you've been well. I was planning a Korea trip this year that might not go through, but I was wondering like, oh, who do I know? I know LS,
and I know you. So I was thinking like, oh, maybe I'll ask Sunny out. Yeah. Some viewers will follow a creator regardless of niche, though. I, for example, don't care at all for Arena, but still decide to check in every once in a while. Yeah, thank you, Belto. Yeah, I recognize your name. I mean, I summoned like a lot of like old viewers with the SoloQ stream. You know, it's interesting. He played with J Bear. Yeah, you know what? Animosity. I called him out, dude. He was pinging. Look at this. I might be one of the only people in this world that bother to fucking do this. You know what I mean? Especially because I already had the rapport with him. I used my position as someone that he already knew. Oh shit, look at that. Hashtag 2005. And I called him out. I'm like, dude, you should stop pinging your teammates like that. Cool. Any questions? Yeah, I was thinking I'd just go to Seoul. I went to Yeongdo before. Bro, I'll probably go to Seoul and Hongdae, Myeongdong, those kind of places, like the super touristy areas. And then, yeah, fun. Used to be a 1.5x guy, but I was losing brain cells and understanding nothing that would remain, so I went back. Yeah, I skip forward when I watch like some videos. Sometimes it's really bad. But my excuse is I actually do have 2 jobs, so. You ever try AP Shinzao with Sword of Blossoming Dawn and Echoes of Helia for self and team heal loop? No, I don't think I've done that recently. Probably in the past. I don't care for Shinzao. Do you read webtoons, manhwas, or not really? I like them. I just don't have as much time. I need to catch up on Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, but I have this bug in my brain where if I sit down and like read things, I feel like I'm wasting time, even if I enjoy it. I need to get that out. So I'm trying to find more balance. I was talking to one of my friends at Riot, and she was just like, how are you like existing, basically? She's like, Eric, your nervous system's gonna get shot. I'm like, shit, it might have already been, you know. It's just like, it's bad. I'm never off. That's my problem. Do you have any creative hobbies? I like editing. I like making things for people. Yeah. Those areas are still nice to walk around. Have a safe trip when you go. Let me know if you need a phone. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And you know, I hope life's been good and continues to be. It also contribute to insomnia for you? No, I can sleep. I used to just be able to go to bed and like sleep easily when I was 21, 22. But when I started working a lot more, 23 onwards, I started needing like, I needed like white noise. Just anyone talking about anything. Otherwise I just could not. It's messed up, dude. Like, it's fucked up. Oh god, I was such a normal human. When the US Customs, when it becomes valuable. Lately I've been really disappointed because I've realized that very few people are genuinely interested in others. I feel like everyone is just trying to get attention by pretending to care about you or what you're doing. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. Like, one of the issues that I have as a content creator is that a lot of the conversations that I have with people are charged. It's really actually a perfect example right here. This guy said, "Wow, that's shallow." No, it's not. It's not. There is almost no value for me to be gained going to the EUS server, playing on worse ping, not being able to film these sorts of things when I have limited time in the day. Even as like a gift to viewers, I don't actually owe you guys anything. I don't owe you EUS Customs. When you call me Nidhogg-chan, you are leading to the exact thing I just mentioned when I'm talking to TDS Morvo, which is that some of you guys think that you get to just talk to me in the way that you do because I'm a streamer. That you get to be entitled to certain things, that you think it's okay to tread certain boundaries. Like, why are you calling me Nidhogg-chan? Like, what is this? Like, you're trying to like belittle me? Maybe not. Maybe you're trying to be fun, you know, with me. But I'm not your friend. I want you to understand this. I'd be okay with my friends doing that, but you're a stranger, and you should know that you're a stranger. And so maybe lead with a little bit more respect when addressing me first, you know, especially if you're making a request out of me. So yeah, don't say that shallow. Since as far back as I can remember, I can't fall asleep easily. It takes 1 to 2 hours at least. I used to just read books until I passed out as a kid, but eventually that became video games, really messed up my sleep. Yeah, the effect that blue light has, or the effects that blue light has, is it's like pretty well documented, right? Of like screen time and sleep. You ever make music? Once for an ex. Was flabbergasted by that period of time where we got incoming arena content for like months after Riot closed it. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you mean like my backlog? Yeah. Is it possible to get 9 augments in one arena game? I got a glitch. Yes, there was a bug. Yeah. By the way, the Twitch button no longer works, or sorry, no longer goes to the correct link on your YouTube. Okay, thank you. I will correct that. Esports gets me to sleep in 10 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta watch some boring shit, right? I just listen to like podcasts. Like music doesn't really work because when I hear music, I start thinking about like edits that I want to do with the music. It gets distracting. How do you feel about the new Mayhem ARM? I personally think the ability augments are kind of dumb, to be honest, or maybe there's too many. I didn't see too much of an issue with it in the couple games that I played, but I don't play enough to have a strong opinion, right? I can say this. I was able to playtest a couple behind the scenes when the Riot Modes team needed a couple fills, and I was available. And when I tested, there were a lot of broken combinations that looked really fun, like the multi-shot and the splitting thing. The thing where like when you hit something it gets more and then it stacked the multi-shot. One of the devs threw a ZQ at a wave and it split into like 24 of them and just detonated everyone, and it was like a big call of people, and we're all like, yeah, that's no. I had Void Dash. It was like you summoned the Cho'Gath Q when you dashed, but it was on my E and on my Q. And I'm like, what? I kind of wanted it on my Q. So in that sense, I don't really like that additional layer of RNG, but it can make for spiky moments where it's like you get so many bad ones in a row and then you get a really good one. It's like that's a good feeling. I can see it being good for replayability, but there's like a fine line between like making people chase for some things and then finally giving them the thing. Like for example, if you make someone lose 3 times before giving them a win, they might not queue up for that 4th game. But if you make someone win every single time, they'll probably stop queuing as well because they're kind of tired of it and like, okay, there's nothing different. Like, you know, there's no variety here. So there's like that perfect balance of like maybe 2 not so good and then 1 really good and then 2 not so good, 1 really good. And that's one of the issues with these kind of game modes. You need replayability somehow, but you also need the core gameplay loop to be good. And without speaking too much about these sorts of things, because I'm not a game designer, nor am I allowed to say a lot of things that I might know. I would caution having really strong opinions on their first pass of this set or whatever, this new set of augments, and maybe be a bit more patient because ARM Mayhem has been a fucking hit for, I don't know, like 8 months or something like that, or 9 months. Like, just let them cook, you know, like give them good feedback, strong feedback, like actual constructive feedback. Don't just yell at them. Remember that they're humans, and remember that it's just a fucking game at the end of the day, you know. And I think that's good for both sides. I'd say that to most people. That's not just for you. I'm not trying to attack you here. It's just I see a lot of opinions on Twitter. I'm like, ah, my god. Fucking knowing how intelligent and how cool some of these devs are, having met them in person or otherwise, I'm like, dude, none of these people deserve to have like death threats over Era Mayhem. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, man? Part of it is having difficulty accepting that this day is over and I need to sleep for the next day. I find the night to be peaceful and calming for my nerves. You know what helps, Felto, dude? Actually, I won't say this. Hopefully we have better times. I love that they actually keep these game modes for this long. It's not even just keeping, actually improving upon it as well. Yep. Yeah, it is somewhat incumbent on game companies to make sure that they're putting out a proper product, right? But there's this weird thing where every individual has their own perception of whether or not that company is honoring that role. And it's an arbitrary line of like, yeah, they're good, or yeah, they're not good. And so I think that if people were to just be a little bit more fucking educated in how they speak about certain things, they could actually achieve their goal of making the company or influencing the company to do a better job. And they don't even realize that. It's kind of like, if you want your teammate to play better, why would you flame them? Encourage them. Not to like continue to play worse, but be like, hey, don't worry, dude. Next play. Let's get the next play. Lock in. You know, it's like, hey, no worries. You know, we all make mistakes. We're still in this game. You know, that kind of stuff. Like encouraging shit. And so it's one of the dumbest things you could do if you actually want to have a good experience in Air and Mayhem, to attack developers. To give them good feedback is not independent of being rude, for sure, but you can definitely isolate those two things. So one of the lessons I learned from the Theorycraft devs that ran Supervive was this idea of like parsing through, as in it's a game designer or a game developer's job to parse through all the garbage and really bring the best out of whatever the fuck the other person said. The example given was like, if one of your players goes up to you and says, yo, I hate your fucking game, your game is so shit, dude, it used to be so good on this patch. The way you would want to I'm not gonna say you would want to. The way you could parse that and you know what you could glean from that is, there is a player that cares a lot about our game, and they feel as if our changes in this prior patch, or sorry, in this current patch, didn't hit the mark. And there are some elements of the prior patch that we should maybe bring back or consider. That's like those are two totally different things, right? But the lesson there was, the player is complaining for a reason. They're not having a good time. And that is valid. No matter how stupid their fucking opinion is, it's a valid one. As in, you are valid in feeling your emotions. Now, whether or not a lot of other people feel the same way, and whether or not we should cater to that, is a totally different conversation. We could start there and say, you have a valid complaint about your feelings. However, if the natural conclusion to your feedback would be worse and demonstrably worse for the game, then we should not honor your feedback, and we should not take that into account. So let me give you an actual example. If you say something like, hey, Summoner's Rift sucks, they should just remove it. Okay, you might feel as if it's bad. First of all, it's elective, but you might feel like it's a bad game mode. We might even go so far as to say you are implying that the team dedicating resources to Summoner's Rift as a mode is bad, and it could be used elsewhere to bolster their, other mode strengths. Even if we took it in that sort of manner, we could very clearly determine, like, actually no. Look at these numbers here. Look at how many people across all the game modes are playing, whatnot, and think about the huge audience that we would lose, maybe even the esports that we would lose as a result of that. So we can clearly throw that shit away. But what if we said something like, Arena sucks as a mode, we should remove it and put One for All instead? That's a way harder statement to go through. Because even if they're still valid, it's harder to prove to them that actually it would be better for Arena to say. And the problem is, a lot of people don't have access to backend numbers, nor do I. So the real issue is the communication. It's like, you can feel this way, but you need to be a little bit better at communicating how you feel. You can say something like, I enjoy Arena in some aspects, but I enjoy One for All more. I wish we could have these queues run concurrently alongside each other, or maybe have a bit more of a rotating schedule instead of just Arena for 12 months. They could say something like that, and even that would be better feedback. Now, the answer would be, you cannot actually have two game modes like this. Even within the same game mode, you can't have 2x8 and 3x6 exist, because it would split the queue. It would necessarily make it worse for both cohorts, the ones that want the 3x6 and the ones that want the 2x8. And it's like, I hope all of you guys hearing me say this, when you give any feedback to anyone ever, like, just take a little bit of extra time to think about what it is that you're saying, what it is that you're implying by saying it, and maybe label vents and rants and pointless little complaints as such. As in, if you have actual feedback, take care. If you just want to talk shit, go ahead, but at least say, I'm just talking some shit, I know I'm just being stupid, and then say it,
True, Sunny. Big agree on that one. Yeah, just why flame? It's so counterproductive. I think the different or mixed feedback is due to some people preferring comp over game modes and expecting to be the same. Yeah, I mean, I just think a lot of people don't bother to think. Like that'll happen. You know, I'll say this. One of the things that I have to do at my contract job at Riot is I have to give proper feedback. I have to, and it's not as if I didn't know how to do that. It's more like I had to learn how to do that in maybe not a specific manner, but more of a sharp manner and also concise. So one of the feedback points that I got about my feedback, as in I wrote some feedback and then they gave me feedback on that, was I was testing a little bit of ARAM Mayhem, and I wrote like a paragraph about something. I elaborated on things, and details are good. However, the thing that I heard back was game designers have a limited amount of time to parse through all these sorts of things and make decisions. And you could be a little bit more concise. And so the next time I wrote feedback, like I'm not even kidding, you'll see me type like 2 or 3 sentences, but in reality that would have been like 7 sentences pared down to 5, pared down to 4, and then sharpened to 3. Right? And like it was eye-opening because I'm not a strong writer. I like to think I'm pretty articulate, but I take a long time to explain certain things. And so that's why I will oftentimes use metaphors or analogies or whatever to try to capture an idea, ground it there, and then bring it back to whatever we're talking about, to try to explain. And I've gotten really good feedback on that. Like as in like I do a good job giving feedback, apparently, okay, according to my bosses. So I actually take it very seriously when people say certain things about the game or otherwise, even other games, right? And I run the risk of being called like a simp or like a white knight for Riot, but it's like, no, I actually did this for a lot of different companies. Even if I didn't like their games, I'm like, yo, I would rather take the side of the person getting attacked by someone saying something stupid, giving some stupid feedback, because I value the lesson there, which is, hey, you could contribute right now. Even if this game is shit, you could contribute. You can make it better. So, applying that to my channel, there are moments where people, even in my recent video, they said the music is annoying. And one of my viewers responded to that. I forgot what they said. It was a whole paragraph. And the original poster that had said that it was annoying said, "Chill, it's just feedback." And I'm like, no, that's not feedback. Actually, why is it annoying? In what parts is it annoying? Is it too loud? Is it the lyrics? Is it the existence of the music, or is it the nature, right? Like a bunch of different questions that are a given at my job, but out in the real world, people, they're just like, nah, this shit's annoying. And it's not really on him to give perfect feedback, but the moment he labels what he said as feedback retroactively, it's like, okay, no, you didn't represent that position, because what you were doing with the 5 words that you typed, this music is annoying, to be honest, or whatever the hell. That was just you talking some shit, right? Like, it's not even that big of a deal, but the moment you say it's something that it isn't, it's like, all right, now it is, I never understood why Riot is so against people having a long queue. If you want to wait for 15 minutes to play your specific game mode, I feel like that's fine. Overwatch did it this way, and you would just accept that you had a queue. First of all, accept spelled with ACCEPT. Okay, I don't know why, but if I had to guess why Riot wouldn't want 15-minute queue times for game modes, is very simple. Server costs. It costs a lot to run or spin up certain things, right? To dedicate like any amount of resources, bandwidth or otherwise, to a game mode, right? And it's like to the best of my knowledge, there was one company I worked for a long time ago that I just did some contract stuff. They had the ability to spin up servers on demand, and arguably less costly, and this is where I lack a lot of knowledge, like the actual infrastructure behind running games, like servers and stuff. But if I had to guess, it would probably be something to do with cost. So why would you have like One for All, Earth, Dominion, all these game modes online when people have to do like 15-minute queues and whatnot? Well, they could take away from each other. Having 1 million people
let's say you get 1 million people, or let's simplify. Let's say you have 100 people to play a video game, and you need, I don't know, 4 to start a game. You could get a perfect 25 games running at all times, and you would be happy to pay for the servers. You would be happy to pay for 25 games of miniature League of Legends, because that's 100 people out of 100 being able to just play all the time, and maybe, you know, eventually encourage their friends, and then now you pay for 200, and then, you know, keep going. So it's like perfect, right? Thank you, Emerity, for the sub. But if you had 4 different game modes, and then you split your player base, let's say evenly, right, the most equitable, 25, 25, 25, 25, you'll very quickly realize, okay, 6 games will occur across 4 game modes, okay, so 24 out of the 25, and then there's that one person waiting in queue. There's just that one guy. Because as we established, it takes 4 to play a game, okay? 4 buckets of 25, 25 divided by 4, we got 6, remainder 1. Now we have 96 people playing instead of 100. So I'm not saying that this is not like the strongest argument, but it's the beginning of one, hopefully. You can very quickly see that, like, you can't have too many game modes out at once, because there's a bit of decision paralysis that might happen, as in people might not evenly split into, you know, 4 groups of 25. They might just be like, oh, I didn't get a queue that fast, or like, oh, I don't know which one I want to play, you know, which one is like the more populous one, and then it might quickly become like a 70 and then 30 and then 2 game modes are dead or something, right? And then even then it might not be so good. So thankfully, you know, League of Legends is like a huge game, and you have a lot of population. So let's use Occam's razor. If they do have a huge population of players to, you know, sort into groups and whatnot, you run them through the MMR system, so it's like arguably less. So for example, like me, higher rated, I have like way less people to play with, especially because of time differences as well. When you run that calculation, you can quickly determine, again, Occam's razor, like, why are they not doing multiple queues? Probably because they have some numbers that show them, yeah, it would be bad. It would just be worse across both queues. Okay, so why do we have Swift Play, Draft Pick, Rank Solo, and Rank Flex? I would assume that all of these are populated. Okay, all of them. I would assume, based off of all the conversations I've had ever, even with people outside of Riot, and just using my own brain. It's like, huh, okay. Okay, that's my long explanation. Big if, purely hypothetically, but do you think a potential League Classic like what WoW Classic did will work if it exists? Would you like one? I don't know. I think the only thing I can say is nostalgia is a huge driver, and a lot of people are not able to sort for their biases. I really miss some of my old games that I played, like Fire Emblem, and maybe like Pokemon Fire Red, or Age of Empires, or Age of Mythology. But I can very clearly sit here and go, I would get bored of them in 2 seconds. Modern games are really good at retention, okay? And I would only really be playing them for nostalgia, and that would run out quick. It'd be interesting to have the numbers on the queues played. No, it would be bad. It would be interesting, but it would be bad. Sacred Jets. And the reason why is pretty simple. If you tell anyone, and this is, I think this is one of the biggest reasons as to why Supervive didn't do well. It's because they had fucking CCU all the time. Steam charts are not good, because people are not good at reading Steam charts and making correct assessments, and they're very doomer, and they're very susceptible to comparing to other things. If you see that a game has like 1,000 people playing, the likelihood that you're going to play is arguably lower if you're the average person than if you were to not see that, even if you endure the exact same queue time. Now, think about fighting games, right? Fighting games only need 2 people to spin up a match. You only need 2 people to play the game, right? But a game like Supervive that needed 40 initially, going from like 47k down to like 1,000, people are like, oh, what the fuck? They did the arithmetic. Wait a minute, 1,000 people, 40 man lobbies across mobile servers? Oh, I don't want to play. So then they didn't fucking play. Now, if they didn't see that, and they didn't know, and maybe it was 20,000, they're like, oh, maybe it's 20,000, maybe it's 10,000, but they don't know, but it's actually 1,000. Even though the queue time be long, at least their perception would be, oh yeah, the game's still alive, we can still play. And then the likelihood that you actually affect that change is going to be way higher. Sorry, the change being defined as the game surviving. Because you would play. You would just queue the fuck up and be like, yo, like, oh shit, I want to play some Super Vive. I don't know how many people are here, but it's a fun game. So, you know, and that's why, like, Riot would, I don't think they would ever want to release their numbers. I don't think it would be smart to. Because if you ever, I mean, shit, TFT's numbers got released or something, right? It was like 18 million at its peak or something, and now it's like less than a million or something. Oh my god! Like, even I don't play TFT. I queued into one of those games when the patch hit. I'm like, oh, I'm not familiar with the set, but I'm eating and like I don't want to learn, and it churned me out, right? Oh shit, I don't want to do that. That's completely separate to what I mean. There's nothing to do with the play rate, but it is. Maybe it has something to do with the set being a little bit too complicated. I'm like, I learn games for a living, and I like study combinatrix, but even I didn't want to play. So, what happened to Mega Strikers 2? Yep. Huge fan. Love the content. I think League Classic would give a very interesting retrospective look on the state of the game. People and myself learned to play on, and how much it has completely changed and got so competitive / min-maxing everything. Yeah, I would argue that the biggest competitive / min-maxing change happened in people's minds as well. You know, you're coming into a game that's really established. It's got pro scenes, it's got like locals and shit like that. And the reasons for younger kids to play these games is more like, I want to get good at something that other people are good at so I can beat them, versus I'm playing a video game because it's fun. That's not to say that people don't play. I have no numbers on this, right? I'm just completely vibing it. But like, my strongest argument is the mainstream, the sort of esportsification of basically every game ever. A new game comes out and people are already talking about being a pro in it, and that could just be the discourse that happens in my communities. It's not necessarily that I seek these out either, though, but it's like, actually, you need casuals. You need less sweaties. And Supervive also struggled with that, where a closed group of 200 or so, arguably pros at the game, having playtested it in alpha and beta and whatnot, we're just stomping new players like on game day. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, I made Smurf accounts to go play with streamers to help Sherpa them. I was in a unique position of being an alpha playtester and a big content creator, relatively speaking. And so I used my position to help, like, I don't know, Peekaboo, Zaryu, Tyler1, Box, all these people, Fan, you know, and I played a healer. I played a Luna and Saf, and I just healed them. My theory was, I'll keep them alive so that their viewers, the 4,000, 5,000 people watching them, don't see a gray screen, essentially, right? Like, I just, you know, but the other, like, 200 plus people, they were just shitting on noobs. Like, what the fuck? Like, for nothing. You're not even, like, making clips or anything or showing off the game. You're not even teaching. You're just shitting on noobs. Like, dude, it's so fucking annoying that happened, by the way. I actually really hated how Supervive's community shit on its own game. And then I got hired at Riot, so I just, you know, I got hired to do contract work at Riot. I'm not a Rioter. So I quit the game. I quit Supervive. It would have been a conflict, and I left silently. And some people think I'm a snake for that. It's like, no, I just couldn't say anything. Are you kidding? Like, I literally couldn't say anything, so. Why do you hate when you see comments that say to get IE when you get Jewel Gauntlet? Does it not work well, or is there any other reason? There are tons of other utility options or higher caps that you can go for that are a little bit more inspired than Jewel Gauntlet. Or sorry, than Infinity Edge. So a couple dimensions there. The creativity, the aspirational higher role, like Sword Divine, for example. You know, it's just a bunch of shit. And it's also like, I don't like backseaters. It's also generally the case that not all matches are made equal. More players equal better matchmaking, more games. That's right. When you have a bigger bucket to choose from, you're gonna get a more accurate product. People are min-maxing the game while Nidog is min-maxing the marketing. Yeah, people blame me for Supervive's downfall. I'm like, dude, you don't know the amount of undue pressure that I received. I was the only person out of 110 or so creators that were brought onto the game. I don't even think I got that good of a deal. I understand though, because I wasn't exactly like biggest. I was like probably one of the smaller, you know, creators. They had like Kadril, Tyler1. Shit, even like Tarzan was bigger than me, right? You know what I mean? Like, now I'm way fucking big, okay? But like, actually, you know what's funny? Just real quick ego thing. I have more daily concurrent views across both my channels than a lot of these people, even if they have bigger streams, okay? And I'm crushing it. Okay, so, but at the time, right, I wasn't exactly like the superstar, and I'm like, yeah, I'll do this. This is a good deal, thank you. Right? It was like not that much money. And I'm not even saying that in an out of touch way. Like, it literally isn't that much money. compared to what could have been asked for. So I was like, I'll do that. Sure, thank you for giving me anything. Because I was really grateful to the Theorycraft devs, and I still am. I'm not trying to come off that way. I'm just saying that, like, I had the least reason out of a lot of these people to stay. I already had my career in League Arena. I was splitting my time between 3 channels. My main channel, second channel, and my Supervive channel. Why the fuck would I do that? Right? Because I'm like, because I believed in the game, and I wanted to help. And I was the only one that stayed. And because I was the only one that stayed, I was like the lightning rod for everything. Everyone just fucking came to flame me, dude. Anytime I reacted to anything, even though I'm a gamer, I'm like, oh yeah, I'll get mad when I lose. I'm like, oh fuck this guy, you know? Everyone's just like watching my stream while playing against me, and they're like getting mad at me when they taunt me first. And it's like, dude, you're emoting at me. Of course I'm gonna call you a piece of shit. And they're like, oh, he's just such a piece of... Oh my god, dude, I hated that so much, dude. So of course I would be happy to leave, you know? Hey Mario, let's go, dude. I can't tell you what I do, Alex. Arena soon, or yeah. We actually, I don't know, dude. I don't know if I want to do that. I have like a Sunday. I have like 6 hours here. I might just like go take a walk or something. So it's it was a nice chat though. I'm gonna hang for like a little bit, and then I've been talking a lot. Dude, fucking, I definitely need to make like a whole talk about Supervive or something. Consolidate all the thoughts in like a more reasonable manner for sure. Limbo. What's up, Duxola? Supervive was so fun. Yeah, dude. You know how many nights I sit there? I'm like, oh man, I wish I could just play some Supervive with the boys. Just play some arena or something. Ah, man. I actually think that they should have had arena. Some people wanted to make the base game arena, like the 4v4. I'm like, you're so dumb, dude. You're so dumb. The only thing that would separate the game from others would be the unique genre, even if it's a failing genre, even if it doesn't help it. To make a battle right clone that does a little bit better is to just neutralize your growth. And you're probably going to do it anyway, but at the very least, you have like a shot at the stars. Ben from YouTube, why? Probably because you were annoying. Movement must peak? Yeah, I was really good at that game, man. I just didn't get to put that much time into it, too. Like, it made me so salty. Yo, the community made me so fucking salty when they talk about me. I'm like, none of you guys are... rant mode, okay? These motherfuckers in Supervive. I was like 25, 26 at the time, right? The kids that were talking to me were like 18, 19, 20, like college students. And when I realized that I was in a group of people that legitimately had like such easy lives comparatively speaking, they didn't have like any jobs or anything, they didn't have responsibilities, they could just sit there playing the game 12 hours a day. I'm like, holy fuck, like it's a completely different world. And normally I wouldn't judge, it's just some of these people were like so fucking annoying about me personally. They would take like personal shots at me. It's like, dude, you like, how are we doing this? The moment they say that, they open the floodgates. I'm like, all right, that's it. I get to fire back, you know. Oh my god, I remember this one case. Okay, there was a kid that mentioned in the context of like teaming, as in like in battle. Actually, let's do this. Let's do a thought exercise, okay? Let's see how well you guys can think as human beings, as gamers. Are you a capable thinker? Flashbang. Okay, let's say there are 3 teams, all right? Let's say team 1, team 2. Oh, let me do a better one. Team 1, team 2, and team 3. This is a battle royale. Sorry about your eyes. Yeah, flashbang. Lol. And Supervive was a battle royale, top down, that had 10 teams of 4. In this case, they swapped it to 12 teams of 3. Okay, so all these teams have their members alive, but they're in variable states of power. Let's say team 1 is the absolute strongest. Let's just assign them like power, okay? They are the absolute strongest, as in they could beat both of these teams together because these teams were moderately weaker or significantly weaker, okay? So let's say team 2 is the medium team. They're all right. They can't beat team 1 straight up. They can beat team 3 straight up. Team 3 is the weakest. They cannot beat team 1. They cannot beat team 2. What is the best possible action for all 3 teams? Let's start with number 1. Team number 1, what is your best course of action? Assuming no other factors, okay? Just in 1 sentence or less. Don't type a paragraph. Just try. Game theory exercise? Yeah. Vicky juked with you. Ooh, okay, so we got some answers here. Kill 2, kill 3. Kill team 3? Okay. Don't fight. Team up. Wait it out. Not get third party. Eliminate team 2, then 3. 1 would take out team 2 first. Anyone that said take out team 2, you're wrong. You lose. You lose on the spot. Why? Good question. Let's look at team 2. What is your best possible action? Assuming you cannot beat team 1 straight up. And you can definitely beat team 3 straight up. But, importantly, you know these things. And you know team 3 also knows these things. We have now arrived at a concept of common knowledge and also rational agents. It's a leading question, but what does team 2 do? What is their best course of action? Say it with me, guys. Say it in 1 sentence. Very simple. Let's give it a second. I see a couple answers like team up with team 3 if you're team 2. Let team 3 weaken team 1. Team up on 1. Fight team 3? What kind? Team with 3 to kill 1? Yes. Yes, guys. You would naturally team up with these guys. Right? And here's why. Because if you're gonna lose a straight up 1v1 against these guys, you would never take that fucking 1v1. And yes, you could beat team 3, but that wouldn't change your situation with team 1. Okay, it might even be worse because you have to expend resources. Now, obviously I'm adding the context, right? But even if it were of no cost to you, provided that you don't gain anything from beating these guys, by virtue of them being weaker, you wouldn't, right? Or maybe like a replenisher or something, but you still have to go do it. And you can get attacked by 1 as you're attacking 3. Why would you ever attack 3? Ever. So anyone saying fight team 3, yeah, you're wrong, okay? So similarly, team 3, what is your best course of action? Come on, guys. It should be 1 sentence. Just give you a second. Team 3, the Kingmaker. That's a good way to look at it. Team up on 1 with 2 and take the loot first. Ooh! Good. Good. Take the loot first. You're even giving me the further game plan. Okay? Assuming everyone wants to win, your best course of action, starting with 1, is to not let them team up in any sort of way. And if they do, you just simply parry. You just simply have to be on the back foot and parry until someone makes a mistake. Given that it's an FFA game, at some point someone's going to make a mistake, hopefully. If they play like robots, you're kind of fucked. You are kind of fucked here. Okay? You are forced to like, you know, immediately draw out something. You cannot just like casually walk up to these guys. You're going to get third partied and it's going to be harder to play against 6. Okay? It is infinitely harder to play against 6 players than it is to play against 3. No matter what. Okay? So, team 2, always team with team 3 and then go get this guy and try not to fuck with each other. Same with team 3. Team 3, team up with these guys and then go fuck with team 1. And don't try not to fuck with each other as best as you can. Now, I really like what this guy said here because he was thinking ahead. I would want you on my team. Jova Rivenmain, good job. He said, take the loot first. Exactly. The idea is, it doesn't really matter what fucking team is what number or whatever. Your goal is to win. And if your goal is to win, there are going to be situations where you necessarily shouldn't attack your opponent. We can very clearly establish that this is the case in any FFA game. You can simplify it to, let's make it a voting game. There's no power levels. You just simply have to vote a majority. As in, 3 votes for 1, 1 votes for 2, 2 votes for 3, and whoever gets voted out loses. Your best possible solution, right? Your best possible strategy is to get anyone to vote with you. and then boom, you know, and then I guess you reach a standstill, but at the very least you didn't lose. So you could argue the goal is to not lose, right? You could play for not last, you could also play to win. But in this case, we're playing to win. Because that's super vibe. You get the most points that way, right? So I encountered a situation where I was number 2. I was team number 2. And I was smart. I was smart enough to realize, guys, don't hit these guys. They are now our teammates. Because we're going to get fucked if we fight these guys alone. Now, what happened was, we teamed with these guys. These guys teamed with us for a different reason. They thought it was funny. They thought it was a funny situation to team with us. So we actually ended up functionally doing the proper game theory move. And do you want to guess what Team 1 did? You want to guess what they said after they lost? Because this is what actually happened. We teamed up. We shit on these guys. The moment they lost some of their power, which meant that we were now number 1, we were now the strongest because they had lost one of their members and important details, like important like armor and shit. We immediately swapped to hitting 3. Because 3 was the next highest. And then we took them out, and then we took out 1. Okay? Or whatever. Like, we took out someone. We won. Okay? Team number 1, I'll give you the answer. They got mad. They called us teamers. Because one of them, actually, actually multiple of them on this team had a personal vendetta against me. Alright? So, game theory was thrown out the window because a 21-year-old, and I'm okay with him now, but I'm just gonna say it like this. A fucking 21-year-old had a vendetta against me because I had called his team griefers prior because they made poor decisions game theory-wise. Demonstrably. Okay? There was a huge bias against us. But I brought him into a mortality, a 45-minute conversation, and I'm gonna show you in a moment, okay? I'm gonna fucking show you, because I'm not lying. I brought him into the mortality, and eventually I got him to concede on every step of the way for the last 3 or 4 minutes of the endgame that there were things that he should have done as Team 1 to ensure their victory, and there were things that we could not do as Team 2 and 3. That there were immutable truths about the game, given the state of the game, that we would have to adhere to, and if we were to try to make mandates on, would be necessarily worse for the game. Now let me explain what that sentence means. They were trying to say you should never be able to team ever again. And I was saying, okay, what you're saying here, if we could never team ever again, is that if any team gets into this state of being strong enough to beat either of them individually, it means that they just win the game. Because Team 2 and 3 no longer have access to the best possible thing that they could do, which is to team up and soften these guys and then eventually secure themselves a victory or a higher placement at the very least. It would necessarily mean that anything you do in that sort of manner would just get third-party, external, TO'd, or technical or fouled or whatever, and therefore their best course of action after that would be to do nothing and just die. Okay? If that doesn't make sense to anyone, rewatch this entire section again, because you need to understand game theory when you play these sorts of games. You need to be able to think critically. Okay, so I argued with these people for like hours, and my teammates argued with them for hours because these fucking idiots could not understand. Thankfully, the ringleader understood, and I'm like, guys, even he understood. Even the guy accusing us of teaming understood. How the fuck can you not? Why? Okay, check this out. I'm going all the way back to that 19-year-old I mentioned, right? The 19-year-old said there is no context in which teaming is appropriate. And I'm like, I'm done talking with you. You are not capable of thinking properly. We explained to him over and over again, patiently. And then he dropped that line, and I'm like, I'm never speaking to you again. You're a fucking idiot. Okay, now let me bring up the actual game so you can see. Oh, I love this, dude. I fucking love this. I love this. I hate it and I love it. Let me show you the actual game. I titled it Logic. I'm such a dick, dude. What the fuck? Because it is logic. It is basic thinking. It is just logical thinking. Like, what the fuck are you doing if you can't do this? Okay, here it is. You ready? Check this shit out. I'm gonna mute it. And I'm just gonna fast forward. Okay. Here. This is team 1. I know the quality's not so good. Team 10, TEN at the start. And team GCR is team 3. We are team 2. We are in a 3-way standoff. I'm just gonna skip forward a little bit. We did some fighting and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. Eventually it gets to a point where it's like a super standoff. Let's say around here. Oh, okay. Here's the context. We actually, as team 2, we fought team 1. And we had repeatedly been parried. We tried to beat them. They have red armor and they have radioactive, which means that, and they have 2 souls. This is the equivalent of opponents having like Elder Soul, Baron Soul, and just and like Ocean Soul, and we're trying to fight them anyway. Okay, like maybe not Elder, but like at least Baron and like half an Elder. Okay, so it's like kind of stupid for us to fight them because we have like no armors, not the best powers, and they have radioactive, which deletes your armor. Imagine everyone had like 20 to 30% damage reduction, but they had the ability to remove that from you, okay? So simple. You guys understand? Even if you don't know this game, you can see how like I go in with legendary armor, there's like 25% reduction, and I fucking immediately lose all my HP. I almost die here. Look at this shit. I have to use my parry ulti and heal, and I lost my armor, okay? Now, this is going to be confusing visually because I'm also watching a replay of me watching a replay. But this is, remember this, Team 10 is a strong team. Okay? Which means that the other team, Team GCR, we should never touch. I'm pretty sure I'm just going to skip way further ahead. Because I'm like explaining to this guy like the whole time, like, dude, you need to fucking look at it objectively. It's like way ahead, sorry. We'll get to the 3-way situation. Oh yeah, okay. Very important. Look at the top left here. Do you see that like red crown looking thing? This was called Most Wanted. What Most Wanted did was if your team was dead, or at least one player of your team was dead, you could pick up the Most Wanted crown and start a timer. It was a 2-minute timer, and at the end of the timer, you would res your whole team. Except your team wouldn't have like useful shit. You would have bad armor and stuff, okay? So in this situation, team 2, us, we were weak. We went in, we got parried. We already like we very clearly demonstrated we can't win the 1-on-1. The team 1 was already still ahead, maintained their lead, and we did no damage to them. Team 3 had lost a member, and they were definitively team 3, as in they were using Most Wanted, and they were trying to pick themselves up. I remember talking about this. I remember calling, "Don't kill the Most Wanted," as in I was making the call to allow the third team to res. And I'm pretty sure for this next like 10 minutes in this video, I'm like explaining to Dylan, like, dude, what do you think team 3 should do? And what do you think team 1 should do? And he's like, team 1 should try to eliminate the Most Wanted because they know that if team 3 were to res, they would team with team 2. Eventually, I led him to that conclusion. Fucking A, it took me 20 minutes, 15 minutes? Holy shit, how long did it take? Or is this video bugged or something? I don't know. But like, yeah, I took that whole time to... Oh my god. Do I even have the VOD? Okay, I'm gonna just give it to you verbally then. Because that whole thing happened. And let me just draw it out. I'm just gonna draw it out here. What ended up happening, again, was Team 2 and 3 stood together. These guys were significantly weak. And we ended up fighting these guys. We took out one of their dudes. And then the power had shifted so that we were now number 1. They were number 2. These guys were number 3. And these guys were very conveniently killable. So we killed them. Or something, or like, and we won. It's these situations that would happen so often in Supervive that I would get so frustrated about because people would play them incorrectly, or what I view to be incorrectly, and that wouldn't normally be that big of a deal. But the high elo in quotes population never improved. They just didn't fucking improve. They might have improved mechanically, but they never understood how to actually play these situations out. And I was, you know me, I'm always gonna call that shit out. Including on my own team, dude. Like, we were our own heaviest critics. I played with someone named Kenneth, and he He was a software engineer and incredibly successful. Go figure. He was 28. We were the oldest people in the game, and we were, I would argue, the most articulate when it comes to these sorts of things. Even like the number one team, right? Like they, oh my god, I would lose my fucking mind whenever they try to explain anything. I'm like, God, getting away with so much shit. But yeah, it was like so frustrating, and so I took a huge lightning rod. But what I could have done better was I could have been a lot more patient with people. I could have been a lot less rude about things, for sure. I could have made it better on myself. So it's not as if I was infallible. It's just whenever I found myself in these situations, I would always get so fucking pissed because I'm like, guys, I'm trying to play a good game here. And, you know, people are making stupid judgment calls or whatnot. Like, it was just so fucking bad. Some people would be like, oh, I'd rather play for a team, or I'd rather play to, like, be second place. I'm like, wow, that's, you know, good job. Good on you. So, all right, my rant is over. Hopefully you guys learned a little bit. Fucking... One sec, I gotta respond to Brian here. World Cup schedule. Tomorrow is Monday, right? Yeah. Okay. He's making a competitive integrity one, so the double crux. No, sorry, you didn't. No, you didn't listen to me. You didn't listen to me, Loliot. It is not a competitive integrity one. It is fucking not. It is not. And here's why. When you make any mandate that influences gameplay, it is no longer about competitive integrity. It had nothing to do with competitive integrity. I demonstrated in that VOD, I had repeatedly said, we turn on 3 the moment we actually get an advantage. We have no choice. I was calming everything properly. I was calming the most competitive you could be, the most sportsmanlike you can be. Because it wasn't about, haha, let's team on these guys because we hate them. It was, we have no choice, and we're going to do it properly as we're going to turn on team 3 the moment we get a chance to. Okay, so it's oh, dude, I know you don't mean to do this, but it is frustrating that you say that because they said that. They said what you said, which is that it's competitive integrity. It's nothing to do with competitive integrity. It is everything to do with game theory. Okay? Because the implications of saying that you cannot team in that manner is either you think there's an arbitrary line that a third party has to determine, or you think there isn't, and you should just blanket and not do it. I don't think you understand that it wouldn't matter. No, it wouldn't matter, dude. It wouldn't matter. Why go with a platitude of like, I'm just pointing out? Okay, so for example, if I say something like, hey man, I would really like to go outside and take a walk. And then someone says, why do that? We're all gonna die one day or something, right? Like it's an immutable truth, but you're not really adding to the conversation. And there's an implication that you don't want to do the prior thing that the other person had mentioned because of the thing that you just said. So if you're agreeing with me, then just agree with me. Don't say, oh, but it might be a competitive. Because also your second statement doesn't actually absolve the first one. It just doesn't. You're saying, I get the point, but it also feels like you're making a gameplay argument, and he's making a competitive integrity one, which is wrong. He's not making a competitive integrity one. He's making one about gameplay. We are talking about the same thing. We're talking about the gameplay. He might think that he's talking about competitive integrity, but in reality, he's talking about gameplay. Best outcome of Team 3 would be to end second place. They have no chances of winning that in the end. No, they do. They do. The moment Team 1 loses power, they need to turn on Team 2. They just have to. They have to try to edge out that advantage and get the items. Depends on what the devs determine. We actually did come to that conclusion. We actually said, like, you know what? It's entirely up to the Superhive devs if they want to mandate that. Right? That's actually, like, to me, I even talked to one of the Theorycraft devs, actually. His name, I'm not going to name him. I talked to one of the Theorycraft devs and one of my Riot friends. We discussed the situation. We all came to the same conclusions, that it was correct for us to do what we did because there was no other choice. Now, the part that blew my mind was my Rioter friend had proposed one solution. He said, what if Team 1... Now, this was fucking eye-opening. This is why he's, so intelligent. What if Team 1 dropped their items so that they were no longer team 1 and they became maybe team 2-ish tied, that it wasn't a discernible huge advantage. As in, what if they dropped the radioactive or red armor so that they were no longer the appropriate target to go for? As in, whoever picks up that item is now the appropriate target to go for, or you could be used as bait, right? That was like mind-blowing, because I'm like, I didn't even think of that. And it was an amazing conversation. So it's fucking cool. And no one had like gotten to that level. Supervive did not get to that level of gameplay where people could think of ways in which to game the system or play to game theory appropriately. I think it comes down to a difference in how they perceive the game ought to be played. Kind of like how people think playing correctly in lane is boring, but obviously you can say that. You can definitely say that. The problem is when you start making mandates about what should happen. You can talk about what ought to happen, sure, but the moment you act upon those things and make rulings like you should never be able to team. They made an argument about proximity. Oh, I forgot to say this one. Proximity was the stupidest fucking argument. That was the most natural human thing for people to go for, and I didn't let people off the hook for that, ever. Maybe that's my issue. I never let people off the hook. They said, your distance relative to your opponents had influence over whether or not you were teaming. As in, if you were here, this was definitively teaming. However, if you were far enough away, you were not teaming. This tilted me so bad because the number 1 team in the game at the time, TLD, they said this kind of. And I'm like, no. It has no bearing on the game state as to whether or not we were close together. We are still weak in power. If you had a champion that grew in power if you were near opponents, then okay, fucking maybe, right? Like, you could argue that. You could like loosely argue that, but they didn't. They did. They simply said proximity. And I was like, guys, it has nothing to do with your power level. You could argue that like gameplay wise, they might be able to attack earlier, but you would actually want flanks because your vision is a cone. Your vision is a cone. Your abilities typically are cylindrical like this, right? In the context of the rectangle in the world, right? So it's like, that's a shitty rectangle. So I was like, if anything, that hurts your argument because you would want to be on different sides, especially when it's like 3 islands. Like, so them coming up to us and us dropping them items with like a green armor so that they don't instantly die and give, you know, this team like the shit. Like, it was just a bunch of shit, dude. It's just like, dude, what the fuck? Like, yeah. So that concludes that talk. I hope you guys learned a little bit about game theory. I'm a huge student of these things. I make mistakes all the time, but the one thing I can guarantee is whenever I run into these situations in games, I study them vigorously. I study them and I'm like, what is the optimal? What is the best? You know, and you know what's really cool is, this is just an aside. One time in Slack, Drew Levin posted a question asking, can anyone review a VOD with me? And I'm like, oh my god, I really wanted to do it, but it was in the middle of my duties, and so I had to do my stuff. But I would have loved to sit there with Drew Levin. If you guys know Drew Levin, he's like this absolute godsend who like smites people basically. Like, sorry, that's like such a shitty distilling of his job, but basically he like bans certain people if they like step out of line, if they're like intentionally feeding and stuff. He fields a lot of those cases personally. He's in charge of like player behavior systems and stuff like that. I'm butchering it, but I was like, I wish I could have an opportunity to sit there, VOD review, do exactly what we just did, and play the game theory and be like, you know, especially because I'm good at League of Legends. So I would like to think that if I were to sit there with him, I could elucidate. And I'm like, oh man, that would have been fun. Is that Rollander? Yeah, I don't work on League of Legends though, so I absolutely prioritize what I need to do first. And then if I have time, I do the extracurricular. And honestly, that would be really fun. If I could VOD review for a living and be like, yo, this is what you should do, that'd be kind of cool. Was there a rule on teaming in Supervive? No, because we successfully lobbied for no ruling on that. Another argument they made was, what's the difference between us teaming there, or supposedly teaming there, and people not attacking each other in the early game. And it was a very easy deconstruction. It's like, okay, in the early game, there are a limited amount of resources that you have access to, and expending the time to attack each other is not necessarily a good thing, which means that not attacking each other is not necessarily teaming. It is more like you are trying to be efficient with your time, given that there are limited resources on the map to gather before the next night cycles or whatever, right? And in the end stage, there are no more objectives that spawn past a certain point. And we reach that point where there are no more objectives that spawned. Therefore, they're two completely different contexts, and we cannot say that not hitting each other in the early game is teaming. Those are a bunch of words that people, would understand generally, right? But I'm talking to these kids in Supervive, and they're biased against me, and they're like, nah. And I'm like, what? Okay. Did you communicate with the other teams while in game? No. That's why we banned metagame ways of communicating, like emoting. Like emoting, like helping hand. There's like a helping hand thing. That was like very bad, Yeah, that makes more sense to mandate, because those are like sort of out of gameplay decisions. But you could even say something like jump 3 times in succession equals team, and that's just, that happens no matter what in games. And that's where an arbiter should come in and be like, okay, that was bullshit, Deadlock? No, I haven't seen Deadlock. Would you ever make videos on game theory? I don't know if I'd make videos on game theory as in like teaching them alone. I would probably look at situations and use that as a vehicle for teaching some game theory. Yeah. I'm only 27, and I'm sure that by the time I'm like 30, 31, 35, whatever, I would be well versed enough to speak on these things more confidently, but I'm in my learning arc. In fact, that will never end. I'm always in my learning arc. I would say that having 2 and 3 far away can give them the advantage, because 1 would help. I have to play the 2 sides. Yep. Seems to me like the very obvious answer to the whole teaming issue is that if it's your optimal path to win, there's no universe, it should be banned. Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And people try to take it to the logical extreme. They'd be like, well, what stops other situations with 3-man teams from this, happening? It's like, well, it would be like a power modulation thing. It's like, are people so unbelievably strong such that you have to team against them? It was a very unique case where like this team had like Elder Soul, Baron Soul, and all the shit, right? And it's like, yeah, clearly. And one thing that helped my argument was like, yo, we fought you. Like, we fought them repeatedly, and we would lose the fight, but we were skilled enough to like not fully lose. So it was demonstrable that they were number 1, which justifies his teaming. If people default to teaming 2 and 3 or vague 2 and 3 right away, yes, we could say something like, you haven't even gauged their strength, and we can make arguments off of the information that you have. As in, like, if you see a team and you see like 3 red armors and like radioactive, a mega nuke, boombox, all these strong red powers, like the mythic powers, okay, you can probably judge as a good player. That's clearly team 1 right there by a mile. But if they're like legendary armor and 1 blue armor and they don't have any red powers and they don't have any souls, yeah, they're not fucking team 1. Like, yeah, even if you're weak, because it's all relative. Like, 2 weak teams fighting each other is not the same as 2 strong teams. As in, like, 2 teams at a low level of level 4 fighting each other. I'll say it like this, actually. 7th grade homework to a 7th grader is arguably easier than 11th grade homework would be for an 11th grade student. Because even if you are scaled to the level of a 7th grader in terms of your intelligence and your academic skill, whatever, the work given to you, the ease of the task, I'd argue, is going to be easier, even at like that level. And similarly, if we go up, like, rocket science to a rocket scientist is probably like really fucking hard still, even if they're equipped to deal with it. So the way this relates to the game is like, you could cap out so high that even if another team is strong, if you were simply as strong as like you could be, like in the game, like theoretical maximum, like literal highest level with all the souls and everything, that is such a massive gap compared to the gap between like 2 weak teams. Two weak teams can still fuck with each other easily. They can. It's anyone's game. But there comes a point where you're just so strong, you touch them once and all their armor is gone, you know? Okay, does it make sense? Could you explain why using emotes to facilitate teaming is bad? Because it's an external factor, right? It's a very clear intent. It has nothing to do with people's ability to determine the game state, right? Outside of like external communication. If both sides are rational actors or rational agents and they can determine what the right course of action is and act as such, I would rather reward that instead of one team handshaking and the other team not having done the thinking and going, oh, they're handshaking? That looks good for me. I'll handshake back. Does that make sense? You're cutting out like the actual skill, or potentially cutting it out. You could argue that one team figured it out and handshook the other team, and the other team also figured it out and just handshook later, right? But the ambiguity is tough. I think the fear is a slippery slope to 6-man teams on spawn, but IMO, this doesn't really hold up to a policy. No, so you didn't hear what I said, right? 6-man teams on spawn, like you wouldn't want that because you would compete over the same resources. It's a different context. You wouldn't want to drop with another team. You can't split EXP across two teams. You can split it amongst your team, but not theirs. So there's an actual tangible difference in gameplay there if you're the team. Given that teams have varying skill levels, could you argue that sometimes it would be optimal for several lower skill teams to team up against a higher skill team, even in their game? Yes. Now that is like where it gets a little tough, because it's like, okay, two platinum players playing against a challenger player. Even if the challenger player isn't necessarily stronger, you can understand from a human point of view, if everyone had access to that information, you see that all the time, actually, right? Like that happens all the time. The only issue is when you try to mandate anything, right? Like, that one's a tough one. Because it's always going to be human judging these things at the end of the day. So grounding it in the reality of like the actual game state oftentimes is a better course of action, because now it's not about opinions. Not really about opinions, as in like some people might judge certain levels of strength differently, but you can use objective things like numbers, right? Like, okay, I have red armor, I have X amount of durability, versus your blue armor, you have X amount of durability. No, I don't think it would be argued as a skill. Anything would be a skill in that case. Pressing any button. To emote, you would just have to press a button and then move your mouse. I don't think that would be argued as a skill. Not a reasonable one. Sitting properly in your chair and clicking properly is a fucking skill. No, this is not a good argument. Because when you open it up to like, oh, like talking shit to your opponents or like emoting on your opponents is a skill because you get in their head. That's actually something that was said to me, by the way, by the dumbest people you'll ever meet. Sportsmanship is a thing. If you're friends with someone and you want to banter with them, totally fine. But to default to just taunting your opponents because you want to get in their head, this is such an archaic way of thinking. It happens. Of course it'll happen, right? It might even be an inevitable thing that happens, but it's not something that should be condoned or even played into. Why? Very simple. Because people will eventually come to like conflicts and maybe even like super big confrontations, physically or otherwise. And it's just generally better to be a sportsman. Because if everyone were to reflect that attitude of like, yeah, I'm gonna fucking taunt everyone, at some point something's gonna happen that is just not gonna be okay. It's gonna detonate the fucking environment. It is not welcoming to most people. You would rather default to a nicer, more respectful environment than an aggressive one that likes to just emote and taunt each other all the time because it's a skill, you know? That's like probably one of the most dumb, like, sorry, I'm not trying to call you I just mean like dumb young males use that argument all the time of like, it's a skill to get in their head. It's like, okay, dude, all right. If you want to do long form in another country, we could outsource equipment to you. Thank you. Good morning from Japan. I love you. Ohio from Canada. Daisuke. Breathing is a skill if you think about it. True. I mean, if you're playing COD and you like hold your breath, you know. Explain what you mean, Sandcastle by Tungy. Have you seen the King Larpog channel? What the fuck? No. The hell is that? I remember playing Warcraft 3 games like Reborn versus Naruto, where it's like a 3v3v3 situation. We have so much replay value off the very situation you described, where team power shift, team focus. Yeah, dude. It's fun to engage in with good faith, you know. If you could be rank 1 in any video game, what would it be and why? Ooh. What's the most fruitful game to be good at right now? Do fighting games pay well? Like, do Evos pay well? Maybe Smash? If rank 1 meant that I win all the time or some shit. What's the most lucrative? StarCraft? Alright, Sandcastle, you're definitely a kid. I'm just gonna ban, bro. People most susceptible to taunting in games usually are the ones who do it. Like a childhood bully, they get bullied from some other source inside. That's a standard. Yeah. I met like a 29-year-old who's just like the most embarrassing person to ever meet. Kind of like that. I think you would also enjoy our TV production suite in Iceland in general. I'm sure, but I have no time to travel. Thank you, though. Dota? Nah. The big tournaments are like 17 or 18 million, but like that's once a year, dude. And how much of a cut do you get as a player? Capcom Cup has a 1 million prize for first place, so if you're that cracked, Fighting Game Pro would be lucrative. Yeah, I think fighting games would be the best if you're rank 1. Because then you're not susceptible to a team. Does Dota have like a mid-season invitation, like an MSI, like League? How much Fortnite, dude. What is the most lucrative pro gaming esport? Dota 2. Historically, the most... This is AI. Hold on. Top 100 highest overall earnings for esports. Oh, shit. That's telling. Holy shit. Is this just because of, like, duration? He's 32. How long has he been playing for? Okay, dude. He's been playing for 16 years. Right? Something like that. It is all Dota 2, but that's because it's an old game. I guess that just means it's better than League, but is it better relatively than other games? Right? Because Dota 2 has been going on for way longer. If we sorted by, like, time... Do we have any stats on that? Jesus, it's a lot of Dota 2. We got Yi Cheng Shu with Arena of Valor. Wow, I thought Fortnite would be way better here. Imagine being rank 1 at chess and then barely beating like the 30 millionth Dota 2 pro. Shit. Oh my god, dude. I did not know this actually. This is interesting. There's a lot of fucking money in Dota 2 apparently for this long. Highest single game earnings? Oh shit, it's more Dota. Earnings by age, interesting. It is a good time to be 21. Fighting game players. This ain't that much. Wait. Wow. Are you serious? Is this accurate? Have people only gotten up to 1 million? This sucks. Am I looking at the right stats? Like, this sucks, dude. This really sucks. Yeah, I mean, maybe I just pick like a casual game. True, streaming is a big one. Streaming is the thing that we're missing here. But just being rank 1 at a video game, like playing competitive, doesn't look that nice. There's so many factors though, for sure. So my answer to you is Tetris. I would want to be the rank 1 Tetris player. I would want to be the fastest in the world. Because it's cool. Yeah. Excluding sponsorships. Yeah, but how much personally do you get, you know? It is actually kind of cool. I out earn a lot of these pros. Nice. Look at that perk rate. Smash is not a money printer. I thought it would be, man. I thought Smash was like a huge thing. What about just for your own personal flex? Yeah, like Tetris is a flex, dude. Like I'm very fast at Tetris. My fastest 40 line sprint was 26 seconds or so. Which in the context of like the record, which is like 12 or 13, is like nothing. They're technically hitting spacebar like twice more than I am. But I am extremely fast. And I think like even if it's niche, I still think it's pretty cool as a personal flex. You can think about it as like a party trick, you know? Like I can just bust it out anytime. And then people are like, whoa, you know, they might not like care that much, but like in the end, but it's still cool. Even in my old age, I can still play pretty quickly. All right, let me get this fucking decent sprint down. All right, let's redo. The problem is I can't talk while playing this game anymore because I actually do have to focus. I used to be able to talk very easily and crush this game. Long-time viewers would know. I hope that when I'm like 40 or so, I can still do this. I probably shouldn't though for my hands. This is fun though. This is like soothing. This like when I was a kid, I did this a ton because it was just super soothing. Oh, almost beat 30. Rip. That show on screen? Okay, yeah. Washed? Yeah. No, I actually am. Difference of 4 seconds is like actually huge. I'd like to be top 1 Sudoku player, any variants included. Cool. That's a cool one. Chess is actually pretty fun, but it takes too long. Have you heard of a guy that got prohibited of playing Osu due to his retinas getting fucked up? Yeah. No, if I ever had to write a paper, I would definitely want to talk about the physical costs of being good at video games and the optimal strategy for longevity. I don't actually have carpal tunnel because I do a very good job of taking care of my hands and I stretch and stuff like that. But I know a lot of people that have gamed for less and are less skilled and less high APM. That have like bad carpal tunnel. I'm like, dude, you got unlucky. Like physically, like genetically, you just got unlucky or something. If you're getting carpal tunnel like that, because for me, like you got to do like your stretches and shit. And I've got like long hands and long fingers for high APM games like StarCraft or otherwise. So I got really lucky for sure. Deadlock, next big esport. That one is a hand killer for sure. The amount of movement tech that I see in that game, and also the fact that it's an FPS game to begin with, is nuts. Like I could not pick up Deadlock casually, and it's a MOBA with like it's got MOBA elements. It's got Apex like movement kind of. Yeah, some of my coworkers play Deadlock, and I'll watch them from time to time. I'm like, I don't know how you do this, man. I can't go from like work to arena to Deadlock. Like, not okay. You have some resources about hand health. I'm not like the most educated, but I just look at like online guides of stretch, like Dr. Levi's stretches or something. Guns movement, yeah, that's a hand killer, dude. In reality, like a lot of you guys just gotta take care of your health more. Thank you, Sunny. Do you play Tetris? That's my party trick. I'm glad it worked. I didn't realize Tetris was still big until I watched the stream for a bit. Yeah, okay. So I did a talk at UBC recently. And they had like this tournament, this Tetris tournament, and they rolled out these two guys that had like sprint timings of like 20 or something. What that means is you're able to clear 40 lines. A line consists of 2.5 tetraminos. A tetramino consists of 4 individual blocks. So the theoretical fastest you can, clear this shit is 100 like key presses. Okay, because you put down a piece, you put down 4 or whatever. Oh, sorry. So, something like that. Not 100 key presses, 100 blocks or some shit like that. Basically, it's a measure of your speed. And I'm like, holy shit, these kids are fast. And I'm like, where are they? I want to meet them. And I literally looked, right? They set up these 2 tables. It's just 2 high school students. And they're like playing on laptops. not even like a keyboard and like an actual. They were just playing on like the school laptops. I'm like, you're telling me like middle school, high schoolers or whatever, these like 13, 14-year-olds are coming to this university and competing as some of the best players in the world. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, I did some commentary. There's actually a VOD on the UBC thing. I did some commentary. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, holy shit. It is insane. Someone did like a 28 back-to-back spike or something. I'm like, yo, like, how do you do that? Like, you know, and so it's funny because some people might have that reaction to my speed, but I look at those people, and even though it's a difference of like 6 seconds or something like that, the efficiency with which they stack their boards and clear their boards and attack each other in the game of Tetris, I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. Like, I think quickly, but it was never lucrative for me to think faster than I actually got, so I stopped playing Tetris for that, and also my hand health. But good for them, right? Like, if unfortunately, I don't think Tetris makes that much money. Yeah, the world record 49 sprint is 12 seconds or something like that, just under 13, which is disgusting. Disgusting. You are clearing almost 4 pieces. So, like, you're hitting spacebar like 3 and how many times a second? Like, holy shit. Yeah. Right for some time, but you're nice. Yeah. Yeah, but those kids, like, I'm like, dude, this is just some high schooler. Like, what the fuck? Like, he's so young. I mean, got a question for you. I tried to build shard holder run and mistake. I bought in round 1 boots, and in the same moment I undo that. For some reason I haven't even gotten. Yeah, you can't buy boots. I work construction and it's heavy on my hands, and I game hard. I'm worried for my future bones. Ooh, yep. That's why I like Riftbound now. I'm getting into card games. You don't need like physical mechanics to play card games, really. No one's like fucking sneaking like, you know, cards or anything. Yeah. What do you think about competitive cubing like Rubik's cubes? Isn't speed cubing dominated by like literal children? I'm talking like actual like 10-year-olds, right? They're just like bam, 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 and then they get that shit done in like 4 seconds. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna just go so far as to say like little kids with little hands and little cubes. Yeah, they have to move less, you know. Like, I'm just gonna say some shit, you know. I gotta move more because I got big hands. Like, dude, they got an advantage, man. I swear. I'm just making something up. I don't actually know, but it sounds funny. I'm left-handed and I still play League with QWER setup with my right hand, so my hands have a really weird placement. But yeah, I mean, take care of your hands, Ben. Guns is being remade? Yeah, but I don't think this generation would appreciate Giga imbalanced stuff like that. You ever play Destiny 2? No. How'd you get the idea of holding random stuff as intro or explaining things? Because psychology. Everyone likes to notice things. If I put something in front of your face and I don't say anything about it, it makes a lot of people think they're smart for noticing it. They're like, oh, he's trying to engagement bait. But then they'll type that and it'll just be engagement bait anyway, right? So I take advantage of the fact that everyone loves to notice things, right? I described it like this actually to some writers. They were asking about my content and I was like, okay, let's talk about some, you know, shorts and whatnot, or TikTok, and like the gamification of your attention, right? And I described it like this. I'm like, if I were to have, let's say, a street interview, and I went up to someone and I just interviewed them, okay? So it's me, interviewer, and interviewee, and then I got one of my staff members to like dress up in like a cosplay, and then just start breakdancing in the background, but we say nothing about it. What do you think the top comments on that short will be? Should be very simple to most people, right? Which is, yo, does anyone notice that? Yo, does anyone see that guy break? Everyone fucking notices it, but everyone wants to be the person to say it and point it out, because there's this additional game of when people comment, they want attention. They want to feel seen. They want to feel validated. Yo, does anyone else feel this way? Oh, yo, it's this game. It's this additional game of like, how can we bullshit people into making themselves feel important? And that's kind of like a mean way of saying it, but I described it like that. I'm like, I was just being brutally honest with my coworkers, and they're asking like, what do you do that's different? What are some strategies? I'm like, I treat my viewer as if they're going to be the average person and they want to get validation, because that's just the average person, right? Like, they just want to say it. They want to notice. So why do I hold things up in my videos? Why do I'll go like, hey, welcome to this new video, blah, blah, blah. I'll say nothing about this thing, but you're going to notice it. And you're going to know everyone else notices it, but you're going to say something, right? So it was, you could call that, some people call it like condescending or patronizing. To me, I'm like, I'm a good businessman. You know, you could just break the mold. You could just not be the guy that falls for it, right? And then you're good.
How much of content nowadays, or how much of content nowadays is rigged to gain attention? I would say a good amount. Whether it's ethical or not, that's a different question, right? It's not a slight at Riot personally, but I think there's something creepy and or unethical about neuroscientists and the like working at game companies trying to maximize kids' attention, which is that, okay, I'm not a neuroscientist and I'm not hired to do that, first of all, nor are any of the people that I know at the company hired to do that. I'm not saying that doesn't exist, but I don't think people are actually hired to do that. It's more like people are intelligent and they know the things that I just mentioned to you, and they'll incorporate that into their work. Okay, so functionally the same thing, but you know, there is that important step of like, we're not being hired to do that. I just happen to have that skill set. Okay, and I could be wrong. I could just be wrong too. You know, it could be hurtful to my content. To the best of my knowledge, I've only had a positive trend. So, for example, I asked people to like the video at the end of the video, and the point was to gamify it. If I just ask you to, okay, if I ask you to like the video, I'm not giving you anything. I'm just asking you to give me this, give me the like. Some of you guys might do that. Let's say 50 people out of 100 would do that. I would argue there's a higher number of people that would like the video if I made it a game. If I said, hey man, can you try to like the video at the end of the video? I'm just trying something here. It's ambiguous, but now you feel like you're part of something. Now you feel like you're part of like a game, a situation. It's like, oh, can I do that? Okay, I'll do that, right? I'll watch this through to the end. The reality is there's no difference. If you could like it at the start of the video, at the end of the video, it doesn't fucking matter. The point of the thing was, I wanted people to watch till the end of the video, so hopefully it would secure more people watching to the end, and then hopefully they would like, because there are a lot of people that watch to the end and forget to like. They just click off. And I was hoping like there would be more people that would watch to the end and then like the video. Do you want to know what happened? Average view duration went up for the next week, and likes went up. It was an average of like 2,500. It went up to like 3K, 4K. It was the funniest fucking thing I ever witnessed. It actually worked. I stopped doing it because I forgot to, funny enough, but it worked. So, you know, data, right? That's just data. You should hold a chair. The next intro bigger the yeah. I mean, I held a bunch of stupid things. I ran out of things to hold. The number of times I see the comments that might as well be hot take, but I think grass is green because they obviously want to replies telling them their take is ice. Yeah, yeah. The difference is it's productive for my content and my channel, but for most people it would only serve to give them validation, which is like, okay, you know. I'm not going to make too many judgment calls on that. It is a pretty inhuman job that I do. That's why I really appreciate my 9 to 5. I don't really like doing the content thing. I don't like the effects that it might have in the future on people. That is why I take so much time, especially during these streams, to like chat with you guys and maybe make you a little bit more conscious of the world around you, hopefully. That's a pretty arrogant thing to say, of course, but it's like, I live this out. I practice what I preach, right? I live this idea out of like, I'm hopefully working against all the negative effects that I've caused as a result of like releasing TikToks and shorts and like, you know, I think I make right with, you know, the universe and its karma, I guess, or at least I hope I do. Same goes for people who do research for marketing, advertising purposes, or for trying to squeeze the most screen time out of the consumer. Yeah, you should go to my Twitch chat and argue with this guy, you know. How much does attention getting tricks matter in getting views versus the actual content? It's a guessing game at the end of the day, but all I can say is there are tangible effects. Okay, the percentage effect is, I don't know, like I could throw some bullshit at you, like 20% increase in viewership or 30%. It's all guesswork. It's just, trends matter. It's a paradox, right? Like the individual data point doesn't really matter, but like when you collect 100 of them, it's like, okay, there's a trend here. And you're probably correct in doing what it is that you're doing that, you know, made this effect, this change, or happened alongside these changes. What originally got you interested in statistics and numerics? Separately, what got you into theory crafting, league, and whatnot? I wasn't actually interested in statistics or numerics to begin with. I just needed to learn them in order to actually do my jobs better. And
And I always thought like that. I always thought in terms of like EV and whatnot. So like that. Separately, what got you into theory crafting and League and whatnot? I was a very inquisitive person when I was young. I always asked like why and why not. So it's like, why not build this way? Why not try this? You know, and I don't know. You know what? I'll just say it like this. Like, I think because of the people around me and the way they influenced me to be more inquisitive, I was like destined to be like this, really. You know, always use logic, always think critically about why it is you're doing what you're doing or why not. What's your full-time job as a League? I do content creation and I also do a 9 to 5. I personally appreciate the honesty and self-awareness of your content personally. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate that. I understand why the creators I watch do things like Raid Shadow Legends sponsorships. I respect them getting their bag, even if it makes me roll my eyes at the millionth time I'm seeing it. Yeah, there's that one. I stopped taking sponsorships a long time ago. Actually, that's a funny one to talk about. You know, does anyone want to guess, or rather, can anyone guess, the #1 field in which I get sponsorships or sponsorship opportunities in? And it is actually a sign of the times. it's kind of interesting. I might have made it more of a leading question than I should have, but I'll give it like 10 seconds to see if anyone can guess. Gambling / AI. It is actually more AI. I've gotten some gambling ones. It is all AI, Temu, and gambling. One time it was from a company that was selling natural odors to smoke as an alternative to vapes and cigarettes. And I was like, what the fuck is this? It was like oils or something. And I'm like, but you're smoking it still. So I did research on it and I'm like, this is everything I stand against. Like, and they always have the same pitch. They always try to make you feel special. They always go like, yo, we love your content. We especially loved insert recent video. And I'm like, you guys don't know me at all. I do not endorse smoking in any sort of way. Shit, even like weed, it's like, you know, you could do it. It might be like the least harmful out of like, you know, just weed over nicotine, probably, right? So, but even then, I'm like, nah, I wouldn't do this. Like, imagine I'm just here hitting the fucking vape. Yeah, guys, actually, this is, you know, this is a better version. I'm just like, right? Like, no. Temu, isn't that kind of racist? What do you mean racist? It literally was Temu. What do you mean racist? I'm not being racist. AI crypto. Yeah, anything to do with AI. They're always like, this is like an AI sales thing, an AI workflow thing. Here's like a AI thing for Arena that like checks like you know, your viewers would love this because you know they would be able to choose based on like the stats. I'm like, dude, if you watch my Arena content, I am always against people defaulting to the better option. You can choose a creative option. I'm like, dude, you don't know me, man. So I'm very uptight like that. I used to take sponsorships all the time back when I needed money, and I'm like, I have the privilege to. It's such a fucking sad thing that like you need the means to be moral. It's fucking, and even then, right? Even like Cadril got flack for doing the EWC thing, the generational wealth. I'm like, I thought about it deeply, and I'm like, I would not pass that up. There is a price limit for me. I can pass up these like little peanuts, but if someone put like 20 million in front of me, I'm smoking that shit. Like, and you would too. And you would too. That's the thing. So it's like, I thought about it. I'm like, fuck. There actually is a limit. It is a very sad thing. No viewer would love sponsors. Do you enjoy weed? I don't smoke weed. Good evening. Just wanted to say I remember watching you back in the day playing Bruce in the Elite Top Lane, and I stumbled upon one of your arena videos a month ago. Glad to see you still succeeding. Thank you. Thank you, Booski. Appreciate that. I actually did play Raid Shadow Legends, yeah, way back in the day. That's the funny thing. They gave me a sponsorship way back when I was like 2020 or 2021, and I used the sponsorship money to play Raid Shadow Legends because I got addicted. And then I did like 3 more of those, and then eventually I quit. You have to clip your nails. In what order of fingers do you clip your nails? Thumb out to pinky. Yeah. Because you're more at risk of like hitting like the closer fingers. Can you get the shard holder bonus buff and well more than once? I haven't seen it more than once, but I imagine you couldn't. Actually, no, I'd imagine you should be able to because it's such a rare thing to begin with. Yeah. Yeah, interesting. I didn't know anyone actually played it. Yeah, I played it. It was pretty fun. Back when it wasn't like super power skilled. I do index first, then go to pinky, and thumb last. Don't ask me why. Index first? Then go to pink. Huh? Okay. If you have to choose, do you think you feel more Chinese or Korean, or are you fluent in Korean? Or sorry, are you fluent in Korean? I'm whichever team wins Worlds. So I'm more Korean right now. But I'll swap teams whenever it's convenient. It's mostly a joke, but it actually like kind of isn't. If I'm like talking to girls, for example, and they're Korean, I'll be like, yeah, 안녕, you know. If they're Chinese, what's up, babe? So, I mean, I don't speak either language, but you know, I know like little bits of Chinese. I know more Shanghainese than anything, but it's a dying language. And I understand Japanese the most because my parents speak Japanese to each other, which is like the funniest story ever. So I know more Japanese. But I don't speak any language outside of English. Bro is 100% Korean these days. Happens, man. I like Korean food more a little bit. I think Chinese food is like objectively the better cuisine, but that's only because China is like fucking huge, dude. And like, yeah, they have like 50 states or something, 54 or whatever provinces. I forgot. I should know that, but it's okay. I'm Korean, so you know. I like sundubu. I like a lot of the Korean foods. I'd probably lean more Korean. But in terms of my parents, I lean more towards my Chinese side. I resonate with that more. You know Shanghainese? My parents lived in Japan for 20 years. So oh, wow. Dude, that's crazy. You might be the only one that I've met in a long time. Oh, etakan-san. Yeah, there you go. What are your thoughts on people being sanctimonious when it comes to devs working on AI? I've seen some people passing judgment recently. Give more context. Do you mean like default blanket assuming that AI is just always evil all the time? And like judging devs as a result? Sorry to repeat the question, but will Mario and Brian be here today? I'm sure they are here. I just got really tired of the idea of playing Arena halfway through. So I'm just chatting with you guys now, which I think is fun. Like I get like 100 people on either platform. I get like 250 total, and like 90% of you guys are tabbed out working on your thing or just playing your games. And I think it's a good time for you guys, right? Like no music, we're just chatting, and it's good background noise. You don't have to tab in. Some of you guys might feel compelled to tab in. Don't worry. I know you're there. Thank you for the donation, Big Nick. Ni hao, fine shit, fine shite. 谢谢你，我是 fine shite. I like these chatting streams way more than regular streams. Yeah, I enjoy doing them. Why can't YouTube send voice messages? I'm hiking so excited. Yeah, dude. No, it is the only case where I'm like, oh my god, you speak this language, right? Like, no with the gang. Oh my goodness, right? There's a local restaurant where some of the owners speak Shanghainese, and like my mom will speak to them, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should too. But I'm like, I'm so bad at it. I only know like a couple things. I understand more than I know how to speak. It's super chill, not gonna lie. I was like a bit chatting. Yeah. Mostly, I saw the sentiment of working for Zuck or whatever about certain Silicon Valley devs being told on Lemonade Stand, hosted by Atriarch and his friends. So yeah, there is okay. there's this meta conversation to be had about the way in which we'll have conversations on things. Let's say there's a really, really important thing in front of us, like a nuclear bomb that's about to go off. That is a pretty important thing for, maybe, let's say there's 10 of us, for the 10 of us to discuss. But at the same time, you know, the worst case is we all die. The best case is we all don't die and we all don't hate each other. Kind of like that, all right? In an extreme case like that, where there's like physical safety at risk, I can understand why 10 people might yell at each other or get physical with each other on what to do. Should we try to outrun this? Or should someone go and dismantle that shit right now in case it explodes? I don't know, right? But in cases where it's like the future of humanity and the ramifications of AI and its growth, related to the future of humanity, you could argue that might even be more important than a nuclear bomb. It's just not as pressing, right? Or seemingly not as pressing, at least to your physical health. So we can very clearly establish that there's not only an issue of how threatening to your life and its conditions, whether you're literally alive or not, and also the perception of how threatening it might be to either, your life or whatever. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, there's so many things to evaluate there when we're judging if something is a problem or not. And then there is how you align with others on that thing. As in, out of the 10 people discussing AI or nuclear bomb, one of them might be a troll and go, it's not that big of a deal. They might say something like that. That in and of itself is a nuclear bomb. When someone drops the 100% or 0%, or leans more towards that, or implies that we now have a meta problem of having to get that motherfucker and align him with us. He might even be right. But if we're going to try to discuss things and be like prudent, and like maybe we would err on the side of caution and be like, actually it is more pressing, we need to make sure that motherfucker is aligned. You see, the problem with discourse around AI and all these things that I've seen that's related to your question is that when people are judging devs or calling them working for suck and whatnot, it's just, not only do we disagree on like the scope of the issue or if it's an even issue to begin with, we can't possibly align in the middle of conversation because of how online discourse exists nowadays. It seems to be an immutable truth that from now on till the rest of time, given how many people have access to the internet and how easily you can just comment on things, and the evolution of language to be a lot more invalidating and dismissive with words like you're just yapping, oh he's crashing out, even if there's like a valid complaint, people just go like, oh you're just crashing out. Language like that is what I'm talking about. With all those things combined, it seems to be the case that we could not actually have meaningful discussions outside of small closed groups, and then maybe you slow. It's like those board games. What's that one called? Like Go, almost. Like you slowly flip the people around you with those discussions, and then they flip more around them, and then they keep going, and hopefully you flip more than the other side flips. Okay. And it's just like, hopefully the 250 or so of us here, having now heard me said that, hopefully, assuming I am correct in identifying that this is a problem and that we should be a little bit more productive in our conversations, assuming I'm correct in saying that, I'm hoping that you guys take that theory into the next conversation. Because this is not a novel thought. This is not my thought. This is like ideas that came before me that I adopted. I'm the one that got flipped to realize, hey, we should probably have better conversations about these things if we mean to be productive, right? Especially when it's not going to blow up in our face right now, right? Or assuming we can agree on that. Okay, that's my answer to you. I think those people need to engage in the right mediums. Loud and clear, insult people off the bat? Nope, that's exactly what I'm saying. You should just go right up to them and say, fuck you. Yep. You got it. Yes. You should play the trolley problem game on... I'm good. I just finished watching your Purist Caster video. It's insane to think how the World Cup messes up your views. Yeah, let me go check on that right now, actually. It is... When last I checked, it was also doing extremely poorly. 10 out of 10, as in worst out of the previous... Yep, it's still bad. Oh, it's 7k below par. Because Germany played. And we have a lot of Germans viewing. Also because Zaya is kind of a shitty champion to play. That's my guess. And it's because my editing is shit. I did it really quickly. But tomorrow's video is going to be good. Tomorrow's video is going to be really good. And Tuesday's video is going to be blessed. Because Tuesday, the World Cup is happening at 12 p.m. PST. I release at 8:45. I have a huge 2-hour head start before the World Cup takes all of my viewership. Just kidding, not all of them. Thank you for still watching. It's not actually all of them, but it is a meaningful amount, for sure. Yeah, my June was going really well. My June was like all 100k plus, capping at like 125k to 150k every video on the main channel. And my second channel was getting like 40 to 60k. So every day I was pumping about 150 to 175, something like that, within 24 hours, climbing to 200k total. Let's go. Why do you worry too much about views? As long as you love what you're doing, then it should be enough. Nope. Nope, you don't get to determine that for me. What do you mean, why do I worry too much about views? Do you have a job? Do you care about doing your job well? Does your job have a higher input to output ratio than mine? Are you aware of what that's like? If I'm working like a fucking, I don't know, like a retail job at a company I didn't care about, I might care a little bit less and just get by and do the bare minimum. But these are my channels. This is my brand. This is my life. Why do you say that? Don't, like, what the fuck? You know how many people have said that to me? I know I'm reacting a little bit strongly here, but what compels someone to say that, man? Okay. Germany being your number 2 country for views really surprised me. I don't think so, actually. To me, it wasn't surprising. And the reason why I say that is because I think I present a very like logical, like reason-based, like explaining myself sort of thing. And I think a lot of Germans are like that. You know, we always have that meme of German efficiency or whatever, right? And it's like, I think it's very true, dude. Now, what's funny is I think a lot of my German viewers, when they're speaking English, they get a little bit of a pass because maybe they don't capture full nuance in their speech. But I think a lot of them are way too efficient when socializing, and they can come off very rude. So it's the funniest match. It's like, in terms of how we approach games, we might align, but how we approach conversation, they're so rude to me, dude. It's crazy. But you know, that's a generalization. It's just compared to the other countries, like the Brazilian fans, I don't think they've ever really been rude to me. They've always just said like, yo, Brazil mentioned, yo, come to Brazil. We love Brazil. They say that to me. They don't really like, you know, annoy me. The Turkish people are like, yo, Turkey mentioned, and that's it. And then France is like the number 5. They don't ever say anything, which is really aligned with French people in my experience, right? Having met people from Quebec, they just kind of like, eh. So it is actually really funny that we see some of these ideas borne out. Really funny to me that America is hosting the World Cup for the sport that they're the only ones calling by a different name. Lamau. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is, Kareem, you don't get to determine my life and how I approach things for me, so you need to stop being rude. Thank you. Shit, I'll even go so far as to say you should apologize for trying to impose on me. Because you probably do this to other people too, man. The fuck? The fuck is that, dude? I love my 9-to-5 more than this job. And I don't think people actually understand what it takes to do a content creation. You might look at like the earnings that I might get, and you might think, oh, that's great. But you don't know the struggle that it took to get here. Like you... It's kind of like that one clip with, I think, I forgot if it was like Usher or someone, and they made like a disgusting amount of money off some song on Spotify or whatever. And one of the streamers, I think it was like one of these dumbasses, and he was like, but like I could write a song. It's something invalidating. He's like, but yes, but you had to get there. You had to put in the work to get there. Like I had to work since 16 to get to this point. It's not just like I spawned in and all of a sudden I'm a successful content creator. I had to suffer so much. Maybe not more than anyone working a construction job, but I still had to suffer, right? So I don't like when people do this sort of like, oh, it's so easy, you know, why don't you just care less? It's like, I'm here because I cared more than everyone else, man. I cared more about my content and making it quality and doing it right. That's why I'm here. I didn't just like stumble upon this. All right? So, there you go. How many of your fans are Egyptian? Maybe around 2% or less. There's like a huge amount of people that are like around there. It's like very, very like spiky at the top 5, top 10, and then it's just like 2%. Views are interesting because if you're trying to find a wedge to get people's attention, knowing when to post depending on current events is super interesting. It's optimization like math problem. Yeah. I'm not choosing anything for you. Yeah, you are. You are. You were. You were imposing your view on me. I'm going to chalk it up to you not having a full understanding of English. And I'm going to go ahead and ban you because you didn't hear anything I just said. All right. Thank you, Kex, for the sub. Yeah, like I literally said the part about how like I might not have suffered as much as some other people, you know, working their jobs, right? Like construction workers is my example. I acknowledge this, but I also said that doesn't invalidate my struggles. Okay, so. Hey, what's up, Space Rickle? Yeah. Welcome back. You were here earlier, right? And you just came back. What are your age demographics? I'm 25, by the way. Ooh, that's on the line. 27% between 13 to... Oh, no. 27% between 18 to 25. More than 52% are 25 to 34. Which is insane. It's an older audience because League has an older audience, which lines up. He makes it sound like anyone could be successful in this business, while in reality, 99.9% of people get nowhere as a content creator. Yeah. I mean, once you get to a certain point, of course you're coasting, right? I could realistically coast a little bit, but I push and push and push and push and work hard because I'm raised like that. I like doing that. It makes me happy to do that. I need to find a good balance. It's not as if I can't, right? And why does it annoy someone if someone else is more driven than them, man? I win. You gonna play arena? Nah. You just say open that crack or crack open that. I mean, watch the video, man. What did I actually say? That was such a funny video with Mario, dude. When Mario and I are like tired and we banter like that, I think it makes for a good video. We're just talking crazy shit. Holy shit, that video did poorly. World Cup is destroying me, man. Ah, fuck, dude. I might have to make a really big heads up call and say, we have to put out garbage for the next month and then unload the good stuff after. Who knows? Who knows? We have to make a good business decision. Or variable times. Oh, people aren't waking up before World Cup. They might wake up for the World Cup, and they're probably gonna stay awake afterwards partying. Brazil won 7-1. Or sorry, Germany won 7-1, which means that they're partying tonight, which means that tomorrow they're gonna be hungover, like I mentioned yesterday. Which means that they're not going to... Actually, they should wake up in time for the next World Cup, maybe a little bit prior. So tomorrow's video has to be the less nuclear, and then on Tuesday it'll be nuclear, because they'll have been recovered by then, hopefully. And they probably wouldn't drink 2 nights in a row, because your team wins, you drink, you don't do it again. Like, what the fuck are you doing, right? Hopefully. And I don't think that a large portion of my audience is like big celebrators, big hungover people, right? I'm just gonna guess, but I could be wrong. Hey, Ethan. So, thank you for the sub. Have you watched Bleach? Only a little bit. Get that crack open. Shit, I did say that. Unlucky. It makes for an even better video. Also, the sun is at a perfect angle to snipe my fucking face, dude. I look like Edward Cullen. You're gonna participate in future Dumbs events? Sure, if I have time. If I have time, for sure. Two perspectives here, right? Like, either I try to fight the masses and I just put out like a really big video and take up the feed, but they're not even gonna be on the same platform. Can you watch the World Cup on YouTube? They're gonna watch the live thing over the video thing. Fuck. And And then the other perspective is like, just roll over. Looks like you're trying to hide that you're on your phone. No, I'm not trying to hide that. I actually literally said, let me go check it. And then I went to check it. Germany won 7-1, but it was only first game of group stage against a very bad team. They haven't passed group stage for, I think, 12 years, so that's probably where they will party. Yep. It's good info. What's the overlap between league players and recreational drinkers? I would... Oh, dude. If I had to guess, I would argue gamers are less likely to be drinkers because it would require them to go out. But then there's also the perspective of gamers are more neurotic, or sorry, if gamers are more neurotic, and I believe them to be, they're more likely to be drinkers. Now, there's a difference between drinking like a little bit socially versus like drinking to drown out your sorrows. So shitty as it is, I would wager a guess that people that are more neurotic and like mentally ill and have bad times and miserable are more likely to drink. Shitty thing to say, but I would imagine that's the case. But anyone can be an alcoholic, I guess. I guess if you could like afford it, you might be more likely. So many different things you'd have to guess, but I don't know. That's why we have stats. And if I wanted to answer this properly, I would go do some research. Meant it as in a light shining in that angle. Oh, okay. Oh, like it's like shining up. I'd say it's probably low. Let me see. Likelihood of drinking between gamers and average people. But the problem is like gamers are going to be included in sort of thing. Any like paper on this? Whatever. You got to pay me to do this research and give you like good conclusions. 50% increase if there's silver or lower. Damn. I would imagine like people who are addicted to games. Now that's a different one. Ooh, this is one I can kind of speak on. If you have an addictive personality, I believe it is the case that it doesn't matter what thing you are addicted to, you will just be more likely to engage in it. Provided that it's an addictive thing, like gambling, smoking, drinking, gaming, vices in general. I believe that is the case. If that were true, then I can see how people who play games very often are more likely to become alcoholics, but not more likely to start drinking. Get what I mean? Like if you're already there, if you're already drinking and you're addicted to games, I would imagine, yeah, you might get addicted to drinking. But yeah, these are like fascinating topics to me that I'm not educated in, but I know how to very quickly get to the answer if I needed to. And that kind of ties into the whole thing that I mentioned like 2 hours ago about like being interested in things. I learned how to learn. So yeah, it's fun. Besides drinking, I would also say that it increases the possibility of becoming addicted to any vice. Yeah. That's the thing. It's like if you have because it comes from you, right? If you have an addictive personality. You want to really snipe the party times for your top viewers, try and follow the group standings. The top 2 from each group qualify, with 8 teams that place 3rd qualifying. People usually celebrate when they lock in qualification. Shit. I need my viewers to update me on that, man. I would imagine weed is way more popular than alcohol for gamers relative to Gen Pop. Shit. Do you have a playlist of the game songs you put in for the video you edited? Yeah, you can just search up like my playlist. It's called Songs. Highest level of education channel demographic? I don't think we collect data on that. I'm going to say bachelor's degree. Huge amount of 25 to 34-year-olds. Not all of them will have masters. In fact, I don't have any reason to believe that I attract more master's level educated people than not. Only because I'm judging off of huge biases that I recognize, which are the vocal ones. Maybe it is the case that all the silent lurkers are all PhD candidates and really intelligent professionals. That would, to me, that would be cool. I might even say that makes sense, you know. But you know, it's I'm gonna go with bachelor's. This guy says respectfully, Guppy. Okay, so the moment anyone says respectfully, you know what he's about to say is not respectful. Respectfully, Guppy, lol, education just means you could sit through things for long enough. Ooh, disagree. I recall hearing you say you gained some weight over the past few months or so. Did you do any strength training or sports? Or was it all from eating more? A little bit of both. I got this guy. It's like a variable weight thing. And I worked my way up to like 17.5. And it'll go all the way up to, I think, 40 or 50. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And I'm just gonna, so I went from deathly underweight at like 125 to 155, 160 range. You know, pretty sick. Pretty fucking sick. Because I finally solved some of my health problems. I could finally put on weight. Also, hard to disagree. It's about being fortunate enough to be able to afford higher education. Damn, even that would be a better one. Yeah, the the most accurate predictor of your future life success is your zip code. That is the thing that has been repeated multiple times to me. Fluenza 79, thank you for the sub. May I ask for your height? 6 feet. Are you planning on playing Archeron? Nah. I'm getting my bachelor degree in a month. Gonna hit the unemployment hard. Ooh. You know, it's so sad, the idea of arcs, you know? You start high school, finish high school. Start university, finish university. You do second, after that, master's, you finish that. Now you gotta go get a job, and then when's that gonna end? And it's I forgot who mentioned it. No, I do remember. It was my good friend at Riot. She said it's the moments in between that matter. I'm gonna paraphrase. It's the moments in between that matter, and I'm trying to learn that. Good for everyone and proud of you all to have been able to go through schooling with the exclamation mark, so we know that he's being sarcastic. You're a piece of shit. You are not approaching this conversation properly. You're a piece of shit. Do better. That's huge and great to hear. I'm hoping to solve some of my health issues to be able to put on some weight too. So it's wonderful to hear you make such progress. Thank you. Wow, thank you. And likewise, I mean, I hope you can find the same success. For me, it was like I ate too much spicy food, and it would really fuck with my like eating habits and like my stomach with like reflux and whatnot. And I just like, turns out spicy food actually like makes you lose weight. All the capsaicin or some shit. Apparently, I remember in 2018 I got like this huge packet from my what's it called, my doctor, and I didn't listen to her, but I finally listened to her like what, 8 years later. So yeah, that's been nice. And I wasn't even able to like go out and like eat food, because I would go out and eat food and then I get like huge reflux and I just wouldn't be able to talk, and I'd be like gagging, like I can't swallow it, and it like I can't spit it out, and I just like choke basically. It was so fucking bad, dude. But now I can go out and eat and I'm good. I can even like walk after I eat. Holy shit. That's actually why I never ate on stream, by the way. And I still have that habit to this day. I still don't eat on stream because I was always afraid of like the thing acting up and I wouldn't be able to talk. I never told you guys, but yeah. Are those 150k? Wow, you first time here, Daddy Trellis, and you're already asking this. I'll go with, yeah, enough to pay my team of 7. I've been sleeping in the lab for 6 days straight without showering to ground out the results because I need to finish my master thesis soon. That is that's a lot. What the fuck? Okay. You didn't go for a walk? I was gonna go for a walk, but then I started having fun talking. Okay.
Let's see. In Egypt, it's not that viable. Also, I'm gonna get hard reject from the army. Unlucky. Luck to you, man. Yeah. So for anyone that thinks schooling is bad, I mean, what I'm gonna say is schooling is probably the best solution that we had for mass education, or at least the schooling systems that we have, classrooms and whatnot. Obviously, the probably best solution ever, if we had infinite resources, is you match a teacher or multiple teachers to one child, but the ratio is one teacher to like 20, 30, 40 students, and that's gonna result in a lot of students not getting the attention that they might need, right? And that sucks. Of course, that sucks. But to just say that it's like a measure of like how much you can sit in class or whatever, it's like we could agree that generally speaking, yeah, sure, that might be one of the things it measures, but like higher schooling, higher education, to the best of my knowledge, is not actually that easy. And if anything, it teaches you the habits. And I would this is a great description from another friend who says that the bachelor's degree demonstrates that you're actually able to like learn, right? Like you can sit there and learn, and like that means a lot. Even if you have to fucking spend 4 years, at a university to do that. I did that. I learned how to learn without any of that, but I was a lucky case, I would say, because I had people outside of schooling that could help me do that, and I was in a very unique path. I don't think I was particularly talented. I just got a really nice environment. Oh my god, I can tell we're not gonna have a strong. I'm skipping past that shit. Some people come in with like an agenda, and I have to glean. Detergent preference: liquid, powder, or pods. I use the pods. I was actually very dumb. I didn't know you could take the pod and throw it into the thing. I thought you had to put it into the little container, because I only used washing machines that had like the little container where you put the little pod in, and then you close the thing, and then it uses it. But I was told by my mom and my brother, like, because I said like, oh, they have like an outdated machine. They don't have that little pod thing. So I went and bought like liquid detergent, and they're like, no, just throw the fucking pod in. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. So now I have both, and like whatever. Schooling is also a great way for children to discover how relationships. Yeah, you're in an organized system. I think one of the biggest shocks, or like culture shocks you could call it, would be you're in a system that has people your age around you in similar life moments and moments in development, and you're all discovering yourselves. You're all, there's a greater sense of camaraderie with people around your age than maybe like 10 years older than you, right? So you go from that to just, you're done your bachelor's, now go get a job, and you're all alone. You don't go to a class and see the common people, right? Like, I can tell that fucked up a lot of people. So I never had that. I went from high school, and I didn't really care to like hang out with my friends to begin with. And then I went to like university for a brief moment, and I only slept in classes, and I just like, I didn't even like go to university. Basically, I went there to sleep and like chat up one chick. She was really cute. And then I left right after like a year. I took a gap year, and then I did that, and then I left right at 19. So I never really had to deal with that super huge transition of like organized environment where like we have a bunch of mobility, we can go out and have fun and like be like young kids. I just went straight to the workforce and just had all my socialization through like cons and talking to people on planes and streaming. So very unique case for me. Sorry, causes rebel. I just don't like people that come in. Like, I shit on the school system for its faults. I don't shit on the school system in its entirety, right? And like, there's a big issue when someone does a big label like that. It's incredible how much short form content has invaded the brain at Kevin. I still catch myself sometimes mindlessly opening up one of those apps while I'm studying. Yeah. I have to like close all my shit when I'm working. Here in Denmark, the education system is built upon a no child left behind thought, which makes it suck arguably more for high performing students than the slower ones, since everything is repeated ad nauseum. You really got to have a strong motivation to learn on your own on the side to mitigate the bottlenecking. Yeah, and it's the same way for me, where like I never stopped learning even though I wasn't in university. I just did all my research by myself and like talked to people around me to check me on my thinking, right? Which worked out for me. And I wouldn't recommend it for most. There's a very good chance I could have just become very dumb. Dumber than I already am. Or like stay dumb. You know. Yeah, I wouldn't wish that on any, like, you give any 21-year-old sorry, I was like 19, 20 or something like that, the freedom to like do whatever. I spent those years like honestly not learning that much until I finally got like a career going, and then I'm like, okay, I gotta amp it up. Education system is outdated. It was created during the second industrial revolution to teach repetition and memorization. These are things that any CPU can do much better and faster than human. Sure, I'll even take that. I'll even agree that it is somewhat outdated. It ignores the person more often than not. But this is where population comes into the conversation of like, you guys know like the term carrying capacity. I know it doesn't exactly refer to like schooling, right? Like, but like you need a certain part of the amount of the population to like carry the rest. But applying the same idea to like schools, you need to be able to go to each one of those kids and like you got to find the most efficient way to spread your resources such that everyone gets as much as possible, like let's say attention or extra schooling or whatnot if they need it, without just like running yourself dry and like hiring like 3 million teachers and like overflowing classrooms or something, right? And there's also like a problem with space, and that's like actually a pretty interesting thing. I don't have any solutions for it, but I can at least point to that and say one thing that you guys might miss is like, what do you do about countries that have insane populations? The top 10 most populous countries are India right now, China, Pakistan, or no, India, China, the United States, Indonesia, Pakistan. I think Pakistan's 4. Brazil, Bangladesh, Nigeria, Mexico, Russia. These are like the top 10 or so. And some of them you might not even realize. Like, wait, you probably didn't know like Nigeria actually is fucking huge. Bangladesh, you might not have even heard of that country. These are some places that have like not that many resources to begin with, and a lot of people that need schooling. And they're kind of like the end game of like this issue of like, what do you do when you have so many people that need things and then not enough supply to provide to them? But you can, you know, and you take that back to like a developed country and you still see the same issues of like 20 kids with one teacher. And you could say it starts with the teacher, but I would say it starts with the fucking parents, man. I think like in your most formative years, if your parents don't foster that curiosity and teach you how to like learn or encourage you to see the fun in learning, it's going to be way harder for a fucking teacher to deal with you. You know, like we didn't give you the base stats to go into this classroom and actually be useful and like, you know, help the teacher help you. So, all right, that's my point. Starts with the parents. Personally find that education should be more practical than theoretical. I would only agree when it comes to, okay, you could argue that the value in knowing something is instantiated in whether or not you can use it or how frequently you can use it. Okay, so for example, I teach you algebra, I teach you calculus or whatever. How often will you actually use some of the formulas that you might learn? How often do you use the quadratic formula? Most people would say, oh, well, I don't, and therefore I shouldn't learn it. Okay, there's a very big issue with this line of thinking because that can apply to so many things.
Should you only learn practical things? No. Should you only learn theoretical things? No. There's a middle ground, and it happens to be the case that if you don't know what there is out there, you might not be curious about what could be and explore further. So what I'm saying here is, if you don't teach everyone the quadratic formula and go down that entire line of courses of like, science, math, etc., they might not get interested in those things, and they might not want to pursue those things further and make breakthroughs hopefully 40 years from now. So when you say we should lean more into practical, I agree, but one of the problems I can see is that kids don't even know what they like. You guys are like 22 or 23 or whatever. Do you honestly know what the fuck you're going to be doing in 10 years? Did you even know what you were going to be doing now 10 years ago? No, right? Like, so my point is, there's a danger in changing curriculums and gearing them more towards more practical things, because you might just snub out people who are actually interested in those things in favor of leaning more into things that people more oftentimes encounter. Okay. Now, the argument for that is like, oh, that's good, because then people will have more applicable knowledge, right? Like, you don't really need to know gravity and like the exact number to know that it exists, right? You can feel it, you can jump. Sure. But what I would do with this is like, you have to have a sorting system at some point. General knowledge, all the theory, everyone should have a baseline level of understanding of the universe. Fuck it, quadratic formulas in that. But as soon as we hit like 17 or 18, specialize. And like, that's kind of what we do already. Of like, you go into university, they assume a baseline level of knowledge, right? General knowledge. Everyone has a decent understanding of like, actually I don't, because I skipped those classes. I can't tell you any of these formulas, but I can tell you intuitively, like, yeah, if it goes up, it goes down, right? Like, yeah, like I skipped like all science classes after 10. So like, I don't know any like biology, chemistry, physics. I don't know these things. But if we talked in conversation, it might not be obvious that I don't know these things, because I learned them eventually, right? But it's like, to me, it is very dangerous to lean more into like just practical. I would rather these technical fields be taught early, because maybe someone really early on will be like, oh shit, I really like that. Now, that might sound like sacrificing a lot of people for the few, but my point is, yes. Sacrifice that person's like 50-minute time class slot or whatever. Give it to science, even if they don't like science, because fuck it, dude. Fuck it. They might like it. They might need to have it in conversation. Who knows? Right? And is it really that much of it? Like, how many things do they really need to know? And there's arguments for diversity in knowledge too. Yeah, it's a tough one. I'm not in charge of any curriculums or anything, but I would probably lobby against that idea of like more practical. I would just offer more variety, in commensurate with the kid's age. Like, they probably know themselves better at 17 and 18, and they probably know themselves better than the 17, 18-year-old version of themselves at 20 or 23, but they definitely don't know what they'll be like for a fact. So keep it open. It's true. There are also the side benefits of like learning those things. That's actually a very good point. He says also a technical subject like math can teach people how to learn too. Yeah, like rhetoric. There's a difference between logic and rhetoric. They're similar. So rhetoric is like how you're talking and stuff and formulate arguments and stuff. But like logic is somewhat related, like loosely related to me, or to that, I would say. Just super loosely attaching them. It's just like, how are you thinking? How are you constructing sentences? How are you looking at like if this and that sort of thing? Depends on the person. For example, I learned a lot about process improvement from Lean Six Sigma, and I apply it to, yeah, sure. Yeah, people can learn anything from anywhere, and like that's actually somewhat related to my point. It's like, give them as much as you can, dude. They'll find something. Like if I didn't get introduced to a program called Scratch in 6th grade when I was 12, I wouldn't have as much of an interest in game design, I would argue, because on our school laptops, it's a program that's like, it's like coding, but it's like in blocks. It was by MIT. It's called Scratch by MIT or whatever. And I like built my own games. I like attached binds to things. I made like this little racing game, and I made a fighting game too. It's so cool. I drew my own sprites and everything and hooked it all up. And like it taught me, you know, like thank you. In my math class, we were just shown this thing. I was the only one that engaged in it. The only other one was Theodore, and he made like a little drum thing where like he attached the drums. I made a game, bro. So yeah, off topic, but you mentioned earlier something about having a 9 to 5. To clarify, is it an actual 9 to 5 job that's separate from your content creation, or is it like schedule, just your schedule on when you would like to work? It is an actual 9 to 5. Okay. I had a good time. That's true, Eric Moon. Some people just don't. They're in their own world. I had a good time. I am probably gonna hop off here. That's fun though. Good chat. And I will see you guys probably next week. Next week I might do I'm gonna be doing my Minecraft server. Don't worry. I know your bias is to think, oh, boring. No, we're gonna be making our own game in the Minecraft thing. It's basically like classes. You have like abilities and shit and like different loadouts. So not every single game will be the same. Sometimes you might go in with like this kind of sword, which give these kind of buffs, or you know, this kind of bow that does this or whatever. And it's gonna be like a capture point, five capture points, and obviously you want to hold 3 out of the 5 by default. Hopefully you can hold all 5, in which case you're fucking owning them, I guess. And it might be like a 6-man mode. So there's diversity. You could send 5 to each and then 1 overload, or maybe like 2 2 2 to, you know. Yeah, I was gonna be designing this. I was gonna run it with a closed group of people in my Discord. I teased this a while back, but I might actually have time. Next week to get started. Just sit there for like 10 hours on like a Saturday, do nothing, and just theorize, and just like, I'm gonna teach myself how to code these things. I learned how to like make data packs in the past, but I am not good at it, and so I'll have to sit there and I'll have to learn. It'll be boring at first, but when it starts to come together, you know, I'll get a map team, and then I'll get like a designing team, and then I'll get a coding team, you know. None of this is paid, by the way. I'm just gonna do it for fun. But yeah, I'll see you guys. Oh fuck, I'm so tired. Have a good night. Peace.